in there. Patroni gets the first kill in the entire of the engage with death. He's on the wrong side of the fence. But Posey, Villo go down as well. STMN right now. Zing, everybody trying to defend this higher ground turret right now. There's a lot of damage going. Rage, so I feel like they can close it out here if they get more few kills here. Onto the side of STMN, but Zing has taken a load of damage there. The shield has come through. Okay, Sony goes down. But they're looking for a 3v2 dive here as well. But we see Organ going in, trying to keep Karumi alive, but is Byron coming in with that dash.
Doing so much work, he pulls them away. There's too much. Boss gets the kill onto Legion. That's the tank out of the fight. Can they deal more damage? A double kill. There is no more damage coming in from the side of AYLO, and it's all about Boss. Hang on, he actually walks into the middle of 9 Novas. 9 Novas going to lay down the pain as well. He gets a killing spree. Entity 7, this is the opening they've been looking for. Here we go, another one, force skill suppression. And it's a Rampage coming up for Boss, and he wants more. A Vanguard coming in, has expended the ultimates and we're already no more utility available as AYLO. This is the last stand.
Low here, but Orgrim being quite ballsy with the Liam Poe as well. We could still see a steal here. Who's it going to go over to? He does go over to the side of Leviathan. Double kill over to Dastro. That is a triple kill coming through for the Latam. Early as well did the Mulan, which can obviously be a bit of a battering for tanking. So speaking of batterings, we do see the Unbridled Rage come through, activated pretty early here onto No Season. We get Ali getting another kill onto Zoxy. There is Zhang Fei taking down the duel as well. One thing I didn't expect to come out of my mouth today was Zhang Fei taking down onto these higher ground turrets. Boom one, boom two. We're onto the crystal here with only one surviving member, which is Fusion, and I don't think there's going to be enough Fusion's power coming through here to save the day. It is finishing the same. How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Open Series split to the American Regional Finals. Today, we will be crowning our grand finalists, but there is 2 hurdles in the way first before they get there, and there is their opponents. But joining me, as always, is Ken. How are we feeling today, Ken?
Wonderful. Now this is going to be a banger of a day. We're going to end up with our grand finalists after the first 2 series of the day, and then it's going to transition into a best of 5. But before we reach that point, right, we have to see the performance of the 4 teams that have made it into the semi-finals.
Yes, and here they are. We saw them yesterday as we closed out day 1, but the semi-finalists going forward are Influence Rage going against Entity 7, so Brazil against Brazil. And then this is where things start to heat up. We have Leviathan, which had a great performance yesterday, which is a LATAM South team, and then Malvinas Gaming, obviously another LATAM team. So again, it's region against region, so that means that the finals, the grand finals, are going to have to be Brazil against LATAM in some kind of form.
Yeah, this is going to be a big one. And of course, these are the timings of which our first game will be at 9 o'clock. This is GMT -4 for Influence Rage going up against Entity 7. After which, we will see the winners of Leviathan versus Malvinas Gaming. Now, we have not seen the gameplay of Malvinas Gaming just yet, so I'm really curious how it's going to turn out. And once we have the results of them both, we will proceed to the grand finals.
But yes, just letting you guys know, for those that haven't tuned in or logged into Honor of Kings, first off, what are you doing? But secondly, Lu Bang is now available to play. This tank hero can obviously have his ultimate where he can transport himself to any of his teammates, which could be really crucial when you're going against that 1v1 in the clash lane. You feel very lonely. Lu Bang comes through to save the day. So make sure you log in and purchase Lu Bang today.
That's right. The Battlefield Command, such a strong move, right? The ultimate split pusher. He can kind of push the lanes to the side and join the fight instantly. And hopefully that will change the state of the battle for you as well. Now, we've already tried a couple of games with this guy in, I think, ranked games and casual games as well. Has worked out pretty well, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I am not a support or Clash Lane hero player like the Lu Bang can fill into both of those positions there. I have actually seen him in one of my ranked games where the opponent team picked him as the jungle, and I was like, that's not going to go well. And it didn't go too well for him, but I can imagine at some point it would actually fit very well into the role. But yes, it is very fun within my casual games. I don't take heroes I normally don't play into my ranked games because I'm sensible. I don't want people to tilt.
All right, now let's go straight into the first series of the day. We were talking about this previously, right? In the qualifiers, we heard a 4-0 scoreline. This, of course, goes to benefit and advantage of Influence Rage. So this time, can their counterparts really change the state of the game for N37? Now let's take a look at Influence Rage. Blam, do you want to take this one?
Yep, so in the Clash lane, we have Sunny, we have Riku in the jungle, Cozy in the mid lane, Petroni in the farm lane, and then Vilo in the support role there. And we were talking about this earlier, Kin, that Petroni had a fantastic performance yesterday, as well as Riku.
Yep, exactly. And to pair it up with Sony in the Clash lane as well. Very, very perfect performances yesterday. So it's really interesting because I think later on when we introduce their challenges in the form of Entity 7, you'll notice that these are monsters in their own rights as well, right? They were performing so well yesterday. So many highlights that I think production did have a tough time, right? Too many highlights to choose from.
Yeah, there's plenty, right? I mean, when we were going through them, it was, oh, there's quite a few missing out there, but hey, that's what happens when your matches are just full of banger moments. But speaking of bangers, we have a great lineup here for Entity 7. Is 9 Novus in the Clash lane, a Vengar in the jungle, Suits in the mid lane, Boss in the farm lane, and Arash 1 in the support lane. But I just want to throw that back to you, Kim, because you was on debate today that it's going to be pretty much a banger when we see Boss go against Petroni in this first match series of the day, right? Those two players played in the farm lane fantastically.
Yeah, they were untouchable, right? Literally out of reach from their opponents. But this time, there will be some exchanges going on between the two of them, for sure. And one of the main focus of this game actually is going to be, for me, in the Clash lane. Sony going up against his opponent is definitely going to be very important because 9 Novas, he displayed this masterclass of a performance, and this is the same quality that Sony showed us yesterday. So it's interesting to see how this will pan out.
Yeah, exactly. We saw a lot of First Bloods into that Clash lane, but this is where all those First Bloods start to make a little bit more of a beautiful picture for ourselves in the ban pick phase. And we are onto it here. The Ming going in as the prio ban for the side of Influence Rage, as well as the Chow. But then we look over to Entity 7 as well, and Dolia and Hugh Huan, who had a lot of appearance rage yesterday. Hugh Huan in the jungle getting banned out.
Yep, smart move, right? These heroes we already seen, they can cause a lot of confusion, a lot of chaos as well. The refresh coming in and the heals are not fun to deal with at all. So Entity 7, I think they have the right idea, and right now, Influence Rage, I like their picks as well. The Zhang Fei and the Loom coming through. Now that's a lot of control, a lot of health, which means that Petroni, once again, going to be very well protected.
Yeah, we saw him once on the Loong, and that was the first game of the day against STMN. And again, it was a great performance. It was paired with the Dolia as well, so he's now got to kind of adjust that and only know that he has one ultimate within his utility, but he also has the Zhang Fei, which we saw towards the closing part of yesterday. How great this hero is in the support role, especially when you get those aggressive roams. But then we look over towards Entity 7, locking in the Byron, locking in the Dune. They want to go for that tanky jungle, but that ever so aggressive Byron pick into the Clash lane.
Yep, so a lot of focus on the standard funneling into your farm laner, right? Which is to have a very strong front line, backline access as well, and decent control. So both teams, they kind of feel this marker at this point, but I think Entity 7, at least for the first half of the draft, you can tell they are a little bit more tanky compared to what they have on Influence Rage. And they will try to stifle the growth. The Nerza has been banned out, so no instant backline access. And Musashi, to make sure that a duel to the death doesn't leave them in the imperiled state.
Yeah, we get the Taiyan come through for Entity 7. I've noticed that Orgren's actually not been banned at all this time around, so I can imagine that Influence Rage are going to go for that. As you can see, that they ban out the Zhuangzi as well, which has been a great counter against Orgren. Just opens up that possibility for that pick even more. Then you look over to the side of Entity 7, banning out the Masashi, banning out the Nazar as well, and then locking in the Taiyan just so we can have a lot more sustain in these fights. I mean, Dune has a lot of health already. Byron has his ways of getting his shield with his ultimate. So with the Taiyan there, just being able to kind of just copious and bring out lots of healing, it's just going to make the side of Entity 7 a lot more sustainable.
Yeah, and let's take a look at Influence Rage here. They're going to go with the Kaiser and the Dharma. Now, we've already seen Dharmas being played yesterday across all the different teams. Didn't really hit the mark as they wanted to, right? And I'm a little bit concerned because Entity 7, they seem to have a very strong cover and shield around this boss early.
Yes, there is quite a big of a strong front line, right? I mean, you got the Dune, you got Byron being able to get in there as well, doing a lot of damage. But like I was saying, pair that with the Taiyan, it's going to make it a lot more sustainable for the side of Entity 7. But you saw towards the end there that Suits actually locks in the Suya in the mid lane, which wasn't one of the mid lanes we saw yesterday from himself. He was locked onto Lady Chen for both of those games. And one of the games, he did 147k damage, Kin. So I don't think you're going to achieve that amount of damage on this yet this time around, but I imagine the utility and the experience from Suits is going to make this Suya pick actually great.
Yeah, at this point, I think there's very clear things that Influence Rage needs to do, right? They need to make sure they smother the growth because Suya being played by Suits is going to be really hard to deal with him. His level is going to be rising really fast.
Yeah, you can only kind of try and imagine where that level cap 25 break is going to come through for any one on the side of Entity 7. He could go over to the Dune to make it a lot more chunkier into those team fights, or it could go over to the Arlie to get that attack speed as well. So either of those heroes, I think it's going to be a deadly combo.
Yeah, and at the same time, Entity 7 doing really well for themselves to try and put pressure onto this Dharma. So Sony not exactly having the best start to the game, a lot of pressure applied on him. Right now, Cozy does get the steal on Tusk Boar camp, and that's going to be pretty important because you want to slow Suits down as much as possible.
Yeah, but you can kind of see here that Suits is kind of holding out ground on his own, trying to clear the waves for himself. But the boss and Petroni have taken a few blows here.
Yeah, for sure. Boss doing the standard early things, right? Making sure the lift step is going to be really important, cancelling out a couple of the moves so that he will be able to soak up some more damage for the team. And now Arashi, keeping eyes on it, probably will give it away. It does go into the hands of Cozy, so that's another stolen camp going to the side of Influence Rage.
Okay, potential here. Okay.
Yep, Invincible Warrior going to be placed down by Vanguard. He is all up in them. Here comes the stun as well. It's going to be first blood, and it goes into Boss's hands. This is a huge start for Entity. A nice flash and a secondary kill. Universal Law lays down the pain, and Entity 7 take the lead.
They definitely say law and order has been placed onto the gorge already, Kin. 2 minutes in with 2 kills up. That was definitely the start that Entity 7 was looking for against Influence Rage.
Yeah, if you take a look at the goal difference now, not too big at this point, but it's going to be super useful for the side of Entity 7. You're going to see this growth extremely hard in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that first blood going over to Boss as well is just, that's the resources from that first blood going in the right place. If you went over to like Arash 1 or something like that, it would have been a little bit more scary. But the fact that it's got over to Boss, it's definitely going into the right place, enabling the Arlie to try and lock in that Doomsday a little bit quicker. But I think it's probably really good here that the Arlie's gone for the physical defense boots.
Yep, and at the same time, right, they can't really put too much pressure because the wave clear on the side of Suits is pretty strong with the Universal Law.
Absolutely. He's able to clear those waves very quickly, and he's showing here that it's tried and tested methods, and no one's stopping that growth of the Suya, which is quite scary.
Yep, and at this point, right, the first blood going into the hands of Boss, it's pretty detrimental to the side of Influence Rage because right now, he's going to be one level ahead of his counterpart Petroni, and based on what we have seen, looks like Petroni struggling to keep up with Boss at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to say only 200 gold behind, but then all of a sudden we saw that Boss climbed up to that 2.3k from that 1.9 on the side of Influence Rage. But a very steady matchup into the Clash lane. We haven't really seen much going on up there just yet. We saw an early effort from Influence Rage, right, trying to go into the enemy jungle, trying to take a few of those camps, but they definitely got punished for it.
Yeah, exactly. And second kill of the game actually went into Suit's hands, right? And that's going to amplify his growth. So the EXP advantage, very huge. Suit, once he hits 15, not going to be a good side and a good story for the side of Influence Rage.
No, but definitely what fuels the story here is Dune making his way to that Tyrant. The neutral objectives are now on the Gorge Kin. We could potentially see some team fights here.
Yeah, and based on this region, we might be expecting some steals. Bilal does have his smite. No, not going to be available at this point. The stun comes in, stun on turn 3, and it's looking good for the side of Influence Rage. Can they finish the job? Here we go. There's nobody controlling Patroni. Damage is coming in. Universal Law going to lay down. Nobody dies except for Bilal, and it's going to be Boss once again as Entity. They're just not letting up.
Bro, Vanguard's clutching there. Like, he was taking so much damage. I was like, when's this guy gonna topple? And Doom was just like, nah, you know what? Just throw some more at me, baby. I've got Tyan on my side.
Yep, exactly. The heals from the healing him is making so much work for the side of Entity 7, and this is a great start, but bear in mind, 5 minutes in, it's nowhere near the mid-game and the state of the game just yet.
Yeah, there's a lot here that Influence Rage could do, right, to try and get a lead upon Entity 7, which we know they can do. They beat them 4-0 within the qualifier to get here, so what can they do right now, immediately, to try and tipple the scale?
Well, it looks like Entity 7 has learned quite a bit from that first experience in the qualifiers, right? They are controlling the map pretty well, and at this point, you know, I was kind of doubting the Arashi pick on the tie-in, but looks like it's working well, because the babysitting strategy, it's keeping Boss alive, but giving the kills as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not doing too bad. It's definitely not giving any hindrance to the side of Entity 7, right? They are owning it. It's Suits in the mid lane. Like I was saying yesterday, bigging up Suits, being a notable player within the Honor of Kings scene for quite some time, and obviously being part of the Season 1 Invitational. Nice to see him back on the global stage once more, but you can kind of see why he's formed Entity 7 to try and get to that next stage, which is obviously KC play-ins, where they will eventually face Osiris or Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, so at this point, looks like, you know, the Clash lane, not too much action. They want to keep it safe, right? They don't want to allow that kind of a shift in momentum as well. So 9 of us unable to find an opening against Sony, and Sony likewise can't do the same.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of tip attack going up into the Clash lane, but Reiku here trying to steal this Crimson Golden.
Not going to happen at this point for the side of Entity 7. Can they get the kill? Raikou working hard, but it's not going to be enough. Here comes 9 of us. He's going to try and go on that 2v1 just to push them away. And at this point, Influence Rage, they get the red buff, but it went into the hands of Cozy. Not the best, you know, situation to have.
Yeah, definitely not where you'd allocate that if you had the choice, right, Ken? a mage get in at the Crimson Golem buff. If it was du jour, hey, Hail Mary to you. But this time around, it definitely wasn't going into the right hands.
Well, nonetheless, it's still a small win, right? Better our members than a Vanguard himself.
Oh yeah, I mean, Patroni getting their own Crimson Golem. I mean, it would have been nice to get that onto Patroni, but he was obviously navigating that bottom side of the map. But 9 Novus here, maybe suffering a 2v1 here. We can see that Raiku's looking to pair that up with Dune on the rotation.
Yep, a Vanguard actually keeping his eyes there. So I think this is going to be an important marker, right? Because at this point, with a minute to go for the Tyrant, the next Tyrant of the game, I think both teams want to make sure they are in good fighting form.
It's quite scary how this is already kind of changing to the side of Influence Rage, Kim, because they're able to take that T1 down into the farm lane, and you can kind of see from Entity 7, they are looking very sheepish going into this point, because going up to the 4-minute mark, they were definitely the head of the table, but right now, they're looking like they're sitting on stools.
Yeah, Cozy actually gets the Venomous Staff. This might change the fight pretty much. But on the top lane, it's a 2v1. Can he get the kill? Sony will suffer at the hands of Boss. Another big kill. This guy has 3 kills across the board. And here we go. He's working hard onto Petroni as well. Not going to happen. The Vanguard going to be chasing in. Here comes the backup. 9 of us unable to get the knockup, but there is one. Bilal going to use the Leaping Saber to escape. Defensive maneuvers all over the place. Nobody wants to die just yet, but here comes 9 of us again. Can he get the knockdown? Not going to happen. Here I'm going to stop Raikou for the moment, but it's all pressure for the side of Entity 7. They have full control so far.
Just look at Raikou. He's literally 2 levels ahead of a Vengar right now. So you can kind of see why he's able just to soak so much damage going into these fights of NT7, kind of baiting them almost. And here could be another bait here.
Yeah, I think they want to play this extremely safely, but he might get surprised. Raikou caught in the middle of 3. Here comes a Universal Law as well. Invincible Warrior going to be dropped down. Where's the stun? Not going to hit the mark at this point. They have to back out. Entity 7, they don't want to risk too much.
No, I think if they lose Raikou here, it could mean neutral objectives go straight over to Entity 7, but Raikou's still back into the thick of it. We get that HP regen from his abilities there. When he throws the blade, he gets back that HP that he dishes out, but here we could be seeing a little bit of a grooming of the Azure Golem. It does go over to the side of Influence Rage still.
Yep, so Stolen, very good job at this point. But one main thing is that this Kaiser Raikou does have the Long Night Guardian, and that's not an ideal situation if you are from Entity 7.
Yes, a lot of tankiness coming through for Kaiser, and we've seen it from yesterday, right? He's able to soak so much damage, but also do a lot of damage. I can't believe which player it was, or remember correctly, but dealt a lot of damage, but also took it. But hey, here we are, kind of baiting a fight here.
Yep, they want to take this fight on the side of Influence Rage, right? Here we go. It is going to be Raikou. He catches onto 3. Here comes the Beast Mood as well. But nobody's dying just yet on Entity 7. They're all so low. Can they survive? A Vanguard manages to turn it around. Gets a kill. It's going to be Suits who gets the first one. But Petroni going to change the game at this point. There's too many life bars on the side of Influence Rage. They get the win here. 2 kills for 4. A big win for Influence Rage.
I loved how Petroni played that lung there. He used the ultimate very early in that interaction, allowed his teammates to whittle down the health of the side of Entity 7, and then when he found the time was right, he swooped back down to claim so many kills for himself there. A double kill for Petroni, which is what he's been literally lacking in this game. It now puts him 700 gold ahead of the AYLO, so Boss actually losing out on a lot of gold.
Oh, hang on. Suits is going to be shut down there. A freebie coming out from Cozy. And this is a perfect start, right? And I would imagine for Entity 7, this is really frustrating because they had the lead in the early game and somehow Influence Rage just clawing their way back.
Yeah, it's just one of those tried and tested things, right, that we've seen quite a lot from some of the Brazilian teams and even some of the Malaysian teams where they may not have the solid early game, but they get their resources.
Oh, nice job! It's going to be 9 of us. He gets a sneak kill onto the mid of the side of Influence Rage, but that's all they're going to get. And at this point, Influence Rage, they don't care. They're going to go for the Shadow Tyrant. And there's nothing that Entity 7 can do about it at this point.
Yeah, I think the Shadow Tyrant's probably a good call here. Since they don't have a neutral objective just yet, you can kind of see Sony trying to feel out where they're going to go. Are they going to go towards that Tyrant, the Overlord, sorry, Shadow Overlord for themselves? Because they kind of need it. They need that split push.
Yeah, so far there's a big concern for me, which is there's not a lot of anti-regen coming out. The Venomous staff is not yet in the hands of our mid Suits. But likewise, on the flip side, Cozy does have it. So I think that's what's really winning them the fights here.
Yeah, you can only really see the Blazing Cape come through to try and sort of nullify that HP regen, but like you said, Ken, if the Dune's not there, soaking all that damage, nowhere near the Kaiser, it kind of nullifies the effect.
Yep, and the backup from the damage is pretty sick coming in from Influence Rage. Here we go, they're going to try and protect this mid T1. Here we go, the knockup from the 9 of us. It's going to proc out the Infinite Vastness. Petroni is out of the fight, and this is the marker. Entity 7, can they get more damage in? All the stuns are missing. 9 of us still tanking it through. Here comes Suits as well on the back lines. It's going to be a kill. Boss, 1-for-1 trade at this point. Universal Law is going to be laid down. Boss is caught on the back lines. He is caught in no man's land here. It's a double kill coming in for the side of Sony, and they're turning the fight. Influence Rage will not be stopped.
Yeah, I mean, that was a nice flank from Boss, right? We saw Petroni trying to go in whilst he was up in the air, trying to find a way in onto Boss, but it was a bit too late. Okay, some more. We have the Splendor come through.
Yep, it's going to be golden for them, and at this point, it's a turnaround. 4 members are trying to get the kill into the Vanguard. They will get it done, and Raikou finishes the job. Influence Rage takes another step forward.
Another step forward, and it seems a one step back for Entity 7, because like you were saying, Kin, okay, they're still not done here. Riku.
Yep, he's gonna try and push him away. At this point, Raikou does not really care. He has stolen the Azure Golem buff, and right now there's a lot more control on the side of Influence Rage, right? So they're gonna take a step back first. I think at this point, what they want to achieve is a little bit more wave management so they can start working on this Overlord.
But yeah, just looking at that gold graph, right, that really paints the tale of this game one, right? It's just really backwards and forwards with that gold lead, and they're trying to do something here within the jungle. You can see that Raikou is trying to bait the side of Entity 7. It looks like it's working.
Yep, Raikou falling a bit low, but it doesn't matter too much at this point. They still have the availability of the Sleeping Savior, but the defense on the T1 is very important. Here comes the jump in as well. 9 of us in the middle against all 5 members. He's all alone. Where's the backup coming in from the side of Entity 7? No one's backing him up. He will give his life, and Influence Rage, they take that freebie.
That was a mutiny, right, kid? You saw there, they were all chilling around that T1, didn't want it to fall, but they just left 9 Norvus here. Maybe here we could probably see a little bit of revenge for 9 Norvus, as Influence Rage was trying to do a little bit more damage there, trying to bait them back into a second team fight, but they're able to take another neutral objective, and it is the Shadow Overlord this time.
Yep, it's a big miscommunication coming in from the side of Entity 7, right? I think at this point, maybe it was a tech issue. It is going to be a pause for the side of Entity 7. But in the meantime, let's work through the details of this game, right? Level 1 to 5, it was looking pretty good for the side of Entity 7. What happened, man?
Honestly, I believe it's all down to Raikou, right? Because we saw that towards the time where they traded a 4-for-1, where Raikou was 2 levels up, just able to soak all that damage. So even though Entity 7 have the Suya on their side, and the level capability of this hero is to break that level 15 scale and go all the way to level 25, and is able to gain experience from these creeps, it just didn't seem to match the tempo and the composure of Raikou on the side of Influence Rage. He was just able to farm up really fast, very efficiently as well.
Yeah, which is kind of surprising, right? Most of the time, you would want to funnel the EXP and the gold into your farm lane, which in this case will be Petroni. But I think the thought process on the side of Influence Rage, much better, because, look, the concept is this: if they can't even deal damage to our tank, means they have to focus on Raikou, and if that's the case, we have all the freedom for Petroni to just deal the damage.
Yeah, I mean, the Kaiser is just one of those true and tested picks, right? Just able to soak damage, able to get that HP regen as well, right? And honestly, the Taiyan is not really working out too much. We saw a few clutches for the Dune in the early game, like you said, that level 1 to level 5 moment where we saw that Influence Rage was into the Azure Golem side of Entity 7. But ever since that, the Taiyan is kind of just fallen off a little bit. Because if we pay attention to the player Petroni, how he's playing this Lung, I've already pointed out once, but for those new joining into the chat, is that he likes to take flight pretty early within these team fights. He's able to just circle the sky, try and locate his first victim going back down. He either uses the dragon to go in to cause the fear and then do a lot of damage with his first ability, or he then takes this guy and leaves to get out of there to then try and re-engage, like we saw how he was trying to get the 1-up over to Entity 7 boss, but then Entity 7 boss was able to just clean that back. Honestly, this has been the clash I've been waiting for between these two farm lane heroes, and to be honest, I'm not disappointed.
Yeah, I like it too. And based on what you're telling me at this point, I think Entity 7 need to figure a way out on how they're supposed to put hands onto Petroni, right? You know, so far, I think it's great on the side of Entity 7 that they have to tie in the heals coming in from the Healing Hymn, and of course with the Tune of Tranquility, the ultimate, it does raise the magic and physical defenses, but at this point it's not really working out too well because the control hasn't been too much on point. We do have the Divine Punishment coming in from Suits, but it looks like that's not enough, right? And you know, the counterplay coming in from Cozy, his Destructive Delusions, his Flowing Sighs, Ocean of Tears, the combinations seem to hurt Entity 7 just that much more.
Yeah, I think it's all the damage from the likes of the Lung, right? And then I think the unsung hero within it as well, as we don't pay much attention to them because, like we were saying earlier, Cozy didn't have the greatest day yesterday, right? When we compare it to somebody like like Suits in the mid lane, being able to do that 147k damage. Cozy just seemed to fly under that radar, but I feel like a lot of the damage going into these team fights from that Lady Jen is exactly what the side of Entity 7 are missing. You can kind of see why they went prio pick for the Lady Jen for the side of Influence Rage. They knew it would have been an issue if they didn't take it from Entity 7.
Yeah, I think it's also a big difference in the support roles as well. The Zhang Fei coming in from Bilal is making so much more sense because not only is he giving them the shields, he's also dealing a lot of damage when he turns into a beast with his unbridled outrage. And it's working a little bit better. And at this point, Raikou, he's feeling he wants to go in for more. And here comes the miss. Divine Punishment going to be laid down. Here comes the Universal Law as well, but the shield is going to save him. Raikou has not expended. No, he has already expended his ultimate at this point. Here comes the opening. Can they do it on the side of Entity 7? He's falling low. Raikou needs to escape, but it's going to be a kill. Nobody has eyes onto Petroni. It's a double kill at this point. Triple as Petroni. He's running rampant, and he is in for it. Quadra kill. Influence Rage, and it's finally a pentakill. Influence Rage, they take this game by storm, and there's nothing that Entity 7 can do about it.
Wow, when you learn Honor of Kings, honestly, and you just know from one bad team fight, they can just take that game one and just seeing it there. Poetry in motion, kid. The pentakill, the first one of the open series, the first one we've seen for like so long, right? And then they had that well-timed Vanguard into the farmland. This led them to victory. That was honestly super impressive, and that was coming off of a technical break. Like, if that's coming off of a technical break so composed, what can they do without any technical breaks? That just seemed like it was just seamless, even though there was a huge break in between.
I have to say there's ice in their veins. All 5 members, right? Very clean performance thus far. And we can kind of see why Influence Rage won that 4-0 qualifier match. I think they have a very clear understanding of what they needed to do at every segment of the game. And the punishments came hard and fast, and Entity 7 could never recover.
No, they couldn't. I mean, it was just a moment of time, right, for Petroni to activate, because it seemed like in that early game, he was struggling to keep up with Boss, and we were kind of a little bit thrown back a bit because we thought that, hey, this is Petroni's moment. He's generally really good at keeping up that farm and resources, but should we take a little look at the itemization here?
Yep, there's a couple of things that speak out really well. The Blood Rage on the Raikou, the Frigid Charge on the Vilao, and most importantly, Sony with the Pure Sky. So these 3 items really put the tank in the team. And when they were focusing on the 3 tanks on the side, from the side of Influence Rage, they gave Petroni so much room. So the concept was really clear. So Petroni and Cozy only had to do their own jobs, right? Cozy get the CC down, and Petroni just get the damage in. And take a look at that, close to 30% coming out from the side of Petroni. And when you can't touch the farm lane, this is the result.
It's crazy how we've been bigging up Raikou for the entire game and was like, hey, Kaiser can soak the damage, but he could also deal it. He's only a few percent behind Petroni on the lung there, which is absolutely insane to think that this tank can do so much damage. But I just want to point back out that gold graph, man. I said it in the middle of the game. It was up, it was down, it was all around. But then towards that 10-minute mark, we saw an unrelenting rage from Influence Rage just really climb it up to around about that 7k gold lead. And we can really see it, how they evolve through this game in the highlights.
Yeah, this is why you don't open up a pressure cooker out of the blue, right? You know, Entity 7, they place a lot of pressure on to Influence Rage. And this was a great start, right? Giving kills all the way to Boss, giving kills to Suits, you get the EXP advantage, you get the itemization advantage as well. But they just could not keep the lid on the team on the side of Influence Rage, right? And when it bubbles over, take a look at it. The tank that was offered from Influence Rage was just too much to handle because nobody was keeping eyes onto Petroni, even with the Maple Dance.
I mean, when your ingredients includes a dragonkin, I think it's pretty impossible to keep that lid on the pressure cooker, right? That guy can literally just go, you know what? It's time to go dragon mode, baby. Let's go up to the sky. And there goes your pressure cooker lid. And it really showed into this, towards this part here, where we got the pentakill towards the end of the game. But all game long, Petroni seemed like he's playing on the back foot. But really, he was just waiting for his moment to shine.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the main difference here is that I think, based on what we've seen, Entity 7, they have 5 players who have very distinctive mechanical skills, right? They are able to play on their individual skills. But let's take a look at the MVP, Cozy here. Close to 170,000 damage dealt. And it's just the silent assassins. Once again, it's the people you don't see in the thick of the action that are making the world's difference for the side of Influence Rage.
I mean, I said it in the technical pause, right, that Cozy, we didn't see much of him shining yesterday because he didn't actually get to, he locked in the Lady Shen, but it wasn't nowhere near to this level, right? Especially against Entity 7 this time around. We saw Cozy coming through with 169k damage, which I did say in that technical difficulty that, hey, that's probably where all that damage is coming from, whilst we were just waiting for Petroni to get those items in his utility. And then after that, the pentakill was written.
Yep, he heard you, right? So what, 167? I'm gonna do 169, right? At the same time, this puts Influence Rage in a very good position, right? They're now 1 game up, and second game is a potential tournament ender for the side of Entity 7. Now, we will take a short break. When we're back, let's see what kind of reality will be it for both of these teams. I'm in the bank,
Now the ultimate from Risky, but hey, it doesn't matter. I can be on target.
Очень плохо получается со скачка, и там минус, скорее всего, будет как же Юнин раздает дэмэдж и пытается что-то придумать.
So Jinx's most common combo is the 1-2 ult, as we're just seeing here with AB8, perfectly timed, perfectly executed. Is that going to be a double kill? Oh.
Liu Bang doesn't have any strongly held beliefs beyond safeguarding his own interests, but when it comes to that, he'll spare no effort. This is his passive skill, which automatically grants him a stack of mark every second. At a certain number of marks, he gains an enhanced basic attack. This is his main damage skill. It enables a shield that deals damage to nearby enemies either when it expires or when he manually disables it. His skill 2 provides movement and crowd control, letting him charge forward to damage and stun enemies in his path. Liu Bang's ultimate is a teleportation skill. It provides the selected teammate with a shield and after a short delay, teleports him to the teammate, restoring health to teammates within range. Upon arriving, Liu Bang also gains an extra movement speed bonus. Notably, the longer he channels for, the stronger the shield and the greater the magical damage dealt by the teleportation. This combo is great for protecting teammates that are being overwhelmed. First, select a teammate to provide them with a shield. As he starts channeling his ultimate, activate skill 1 and wait for the channeling to finish, or tap the ultimate again to teleport. Then, use skill 2 to dash and stun enemies, followed by stage 2 of skill 1 and an enhanced basic attack to deal burst damage. This combo is mainly used to protect your team's carry. It utilizes the ultimate shield and magical damage to help teammates block fatal damage and gives them an opportunity to counterattack. Note that stage 2 of the ultimate can be used flexibly depending on the situation of the battle, though it is most often used to provide emergency support or to retreat from combat. At the start of a match, Lu Bang can choose to clear his lane with skill 1. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can clear the clash lane first, then teleport to teammates to help them. Since his ultimate lets him travel fast, he can take the time to clear minion waves before teleporting to a teammate. This puts pressure on the enemy in the lane, while at the same time building a numerical advantage in teamfights. He can also let teammates initiate fights and use his ultimate to provide them a shield, then jump in to absorb damage and take out enemies with help from the carry. If he's facing an enemy who is stronger but doesn't have any crowd control skills, he can use his ultimate to instantly teleport to easily flee the danger. Lu Bang should focus on leveling up during the early game. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can keep using it to reach teammates and help them build an advantage. During the mid to late game, once he has enough defense and damage, he can mainly focus on laning and teleport into team fights to protect the carry and take out unsuspecting enemies.
There, pull out the root of the problem. What's a conscience? A kind of snack? Why duel someone when you can gang up on them in a valley?
Welcome back. It is time to go into the second game of this series. It's so far been an explosive one. Blam, your thoughts on game number 1?
I mean, it can't get any more explosive than a pentakill, right? Pentakill to then lead into a game-ending strategy down into the farm lane. So I don't think there's any means that a game of Honor of Kings or a match of Honor of Kings can get even more explosive than that. But to be honest, did I expect anything less from Influence Rage that's had so much experience on Honor of Kings? Probably not.
Yeah, I agree. And at this point, we will see, right? Does Influence Rage take that killing blow onto the opponents at this point? Because it's a difficult one for Entity 7, right? There's many things they need to kind of fix for the strategy to work. I think maybe they can consider maybe a different roam, right? Maybe more shield, maybe more damage, something along these lines.
Yeah, I mean, this comes to a testament of Influence Rage right there, knowledge, because they knew that if they took out the Shuangzi and the Sunbin, they didn't really have much choice on the side of Entity 7 in terms of the support. But going over to Entity 7, it is going to be that Lung pick, so Boss is taking the dragon for himself. Ali and Hu Huan are being banned.
Yep, looking to put up a better performance this time. I think he performed pretty well on the RLE. It's just unfortunate that there was just too many life bars on the side of Influence Rage to kind of burn through.
Yeah, absolutely. We see that the Chao and the Dolly are being banned out as well. Lady Chen and Zhang Fei being picked up, which is going to be a bit of unfortunate here for the side of Entity 7, because that Zhang Fei probably could have been really well going over to the side of Entity 7 themselves. But I'm pretty sure Suits was eyeing up that Lady Chen, but Influence Rage taking it off them with that prio pick.
Yep, and at this point, it looks like they figured that, hey, there was a little bit too much control coming out from Cozy, so they will be putting their hands onto the Zhuangzi. I like this pick, but is it strong enough to go up against the Vilao Zhang Fei, right? I'm not too sure at this point, because you have the shield, you have the anti-CC, but Zhang Fei still does a ton of damage.
He does a ton of damage, and we really need to start seeing Entity 7 fill out some more burst damage potential as well, because all they have is the Lung right now. But for a solid front line, I'd say the Dune and the Shuangzi is a good pick. Like you said, Kin, shield, anti-CC, it's a great counter for the Orgrin, but what I'm saying here is they really need to put some burst damage into their last two picks. So either it be at the mid lane, we need some more burst in there. Maybe Suits will go back to his roots and pick up something like the Ganon Mo. We are yet to see, but ban phase here, the Suya gets banned out. They don't want that Law and Order coming through in game 2.
Very smart ban, right? Because if you give the Dune the 25, it's going to be really disastrous. He's going to be able to tank through so much, and with every proc of the Gale's Benediction, he's going to be even more tanky with his shields as well. Likewise, they ban out the lane, so they don't want to allow the backline access. It's not going to be a good situation if Cozy gets taken out early in the fight.
Yeah, I think the Garo is probably a good shout as well, even though I'm pretty sure it was only, was it Destro that was on the Garo yesterday? No, Entity 7 Boss was on the Garo as well, so one of his own picks getting banned out there, but I think rightfully so, because again, a great counter for these heavy shielded heroes. Marco Polo getting banned out there also.
Yeah, simply because they deal damage with the correct positioning, right? So Marco, one of my personal favorites, I love him to death. I use him in every game that I'm given the farm role, right? Very good against Long. And at this point, the Garo as well, we've already seen this strategy being put to use yesterday, which is if you can't reach the Garo within a second, there's a very high chance you're going to die even before you touch her.
Oh, okay, we're getting the Huang Zhong come through. This is a Season 1 Invitational throwback. I mean, he's just got the buff right on the movement speed, so maybe he'll be a little bit more viable here, being able to get out of hot water, but he's able to have that huge ultimate where he can just become completely stationary, but then increase the range into the back line and even do a lot of damage onto these tanks. I think this is a really nice pick here for Influence Rage.
Yep, I like the counter pick here with the Angela as well, right? So Suits, he's going to be having a very important role of landing the stuns, the Chaos Cinders, as well as the Blazing Brilliance, right? We have already seen teams, even though you have an Ogren, he is still susceptible to that huge burst damage. So finally, you know, they kind of tick that checkbox. Huge burst. They have the control as well from the Dharma, and this is going to prove to be a very useful combination for the side of 9 Norvas. Slightly different than the Byron, but I like it a little bit more this time.
Yeah, the Dharma just offers another bit of a way into the backline, right? But then also, like you were saying there, Kin, about the Angela, is a great anti-tank hero, but it's a little bit more of a throwback for Suits as well. So we're getting not only just one Seasonal 1 Invitational throwback, we're getting Suits on the Angela, which was a great pick for him. He was able to steal some neutral objectives with this hero, so I can imagine that some of those expectations going through into Game 2 are going to be it. But the final pick for the side of Influence Rage, locking in the Kaiser once more for themselves, so the Ogren is going to go up into the Clash lane.
Yep, so exactly the same style of strategy and gameplay that we're going to expect out of Influence Rage, right? Let's just give this Huang Zhong Petroni as much room as possible. And bear in mind, right, the passive, the Gunner Spirit coming in for the Huang Zhong makes a lot of sense based on how they're playing, because every single hit that he lands on his opponents with his basic skills and basic skills, it increases his physical attack as well as his critical rate. So this is really important. They want to provide as much room as you can for Petroni.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about the Huang Zhong as well is that the second ability can be used as a bit of intel, right? You can drop it into bushes. If anyone goes over it, you get some shield as well. So again, it kind of is a little bit of a lifeline for this otherwise immobile hero. But again, a clash going on in the mid lane.
Yep, much better wave clear coming in from the side of Entity 7. Is it going to be the main difference maker? That's the big question here, but it looks like they will not disturb too much of the jungle buff just yet. It should go into the hands. No, stolen by Suits instead.
Yeah, NT7 giving a bit of payback onto the side of Influence Rage. They were into their jungle now, but Ken, there is a lot of damage going on to Influence Rage here. Velo looking pretty low, but I don't think they're going to commit to that one, as the minion waves are quite equal in that one. Another technical difficulty coming through, guys. Please bear with.
Yep, this time it's going to happen to the side of Influence Rage. Small matter, right? We will get it fixed. Don't worry about it. At this point, I think that it's going to be looking a little bit better for the side of Entity 7 if they can keep up this playstyle, right? They need to try and steal as many jungle camps as they can, because we've already seen if you give Raikou enough room, or even when you're putting him under pressure, he has the ability to funnel the farm into him, and he's going to be 2 levels ahead of his counterpart.
Yeah, it's the only issue, right? It's really a battle between Boss and Petroni once more, because we saw Petroni getting that pentakill towards the end of Game 1, which was really the reason why they was able to close Game 1 very swiftly after the last technical pause. Don't think that's going to be a opportunity that they're going to have with this technical pause being so early in the game, but I suppose it's easier to get these little niggly bits out the way first before they can get into the true battle.
All right, so let's dive a little bit into our personal preferences, right? So you obviously play in the jungle role for this game. What do you think, you know, Raikou should be doing at this point?
Yeah, it's quite too early on to try and guess that, right? There is not a lot really happening in this game too. It is a best of 3, so if Entity 7 do lose this one, they're out of the competition, unfortunately. So you can kind of see them playing quite cordial here.
Yeah, and Raikou here has other ideas. He wants to put some pain onto 9 Norvas. More importantly is to have that wave management, right? That pressure coming in so they can make the rotations instead.
Yes, a 2v1 dive here could have been an opportunity, but they don't want to take it just yet because Sony's not quite level 4 yet, which is going to be when he gets the Conductor of Souls come through, which is really going to alleviate any sort of tensions within these team fights and able to sway them onto the side of Influence Rage. But Velo and Arash going 1v1.
Yeah, so far farm is pretty even with just a difference of maybe 600-700 gold. Nothing too big that can't be, you know, disrupted.
No, yeah, nothing just quite. Yeah, we're going into the 2-minute mark here, Kieran. In the last game, we had 2 kills on the board already for Influence Rage, and right now it's a stalemate.
Yeah. In terms of itemization, maybe a slight advantage going to the side of Influence Rage, right? I think sustainability is definitely one of the strong points on the side of Influence Rage, and here we go. Path for passing going to be laid down just for Sony to check things out.
Yeah, nice little dash away there from 9 Norvus, trying to keep himself out of danger because you don't want to be caught by this Organ, especially when Kaiser and the Lady Chen were pretty much close by there. It could have been an easy rotation to turn around a 3v1. Just not a lot going on already in this early game. The gold lead is not that too far between these teams as well.
Yeah, farm lane, they try to put a bit of pressure onto the T1 on the bot. Looks like they did manage to get quite a bit of damage onto this T1, and that's really important, right? Because if you can establish map control, the objectives are easier for you to take. And at this point, you might see Cozy having a bit of difficulty in the mid lane. But likewise, Influence Rage going to try and apply pressure on the top against 9 Norvas.
Yeah, they really don't want this Dharma to shine, right? So they don't want the truth to come out. Those truth mantras can be pretty deadly going into these team fights. But speaking of team fights, we do see Kaiser go in with the teleport mechanic, looking to try and set up this next neutral objective that's up in 16 seconds.
Yep, so I don't think they're going to try and push the buttons too much, right? The neutral objective at this point, very important for them.
Yes, not quite anything happening here. Again, just for a few seconds still until those neutral objectives are up, Kin. And they are now activated. Raikou a lot closer to that Tyrant than they see Entity 7. But okay, maybe getting caught out here.
Oh no, not an ideal situation at all for the side of Entity 7, but it's perfect for the side of Influence Rage. This is going to open up the doors for the neutral objective. Tyrant's going to be the objective of choice, but Suits, no, not going to be able to steal it. And that's committing on 4 members from the side of Influence Rage. They do successfully secure the Tyrant.
Yeah, we've kind of seen effort here from 9 Norvus trying to take that T1 up into the clash lane as well, but I don't think it's going to do enough damage to just get it, but he is committing to it. We do see Sony going up there to try and counter the T1 takedown. It looks like he is very successful in doing so. But yes, neutral objective going over to Influence Rage is really going to help them in these next few team fights.
Right, we might see the compounding interest of the effects of taking that first Tyrant. Hopefully, they will be able to secure a much bigger advantage. Artillery gonna be dropped down, but here we go. This is going to be the Blazing Brilliance. Who can outlast the damage? Not gonna be of any difficulty at this point for both sides, right? But here comes the burst. It is going to be the Infinite Vastness. The Dragon takes over. He is gonna take flight, takes to the skies, backs out. But Influence Rage, they're looking for another opening on the bot lane. Here comes the Vanguard. He catches eyes onto Raikou. And it is going to be a stalemate. They don't want to overcommit just yet.
No, yeah, they don't want to lose any sort of life here because they could lose the T1. But again, more of an engage for you, Kin.
Yep, artillery going to be dropped once again by Petroni. This T1 looks to be in danger at this point. They might not want to defend this too much. And here we go, Invincible Warrior going to be dropped down. Chasing in onto Suits as well. Will not be able to get the kill, but they get the T1 and they escape. Another step forward for the side of Influence Rage.
Yeah, a bit of a T1 trade across the map there. We see that 9 Norvus is able to get the one in the clash lane as they lose it in the farm lane. But if we look onto the side of Entity 7, right, they are able to take that T1 into the farm lane as well if they really just want to commit to it. But we are seeing some great rotations here for the side of Influence Rage in the mid lane, a little bit tit for tat up in the clash lane.
Yep, Sony's job is really important here. He just needs to keep 9 Norvas in sight and making sure that he has to be in that lane all the time. And in the ideal situation, it would be Influence Rage winning that 4v4 because Suits has to commit when he uses his Blazing Brilliance.
Oh, speaking of committing.
Oh, yep, the burst comes in. The beast form is going to be dropped there, but here comes the disengage as well. They just want to clear the wave. They don't want to overcommit, but here comes the knockup as well. Dragon going to be unleashed. They will take flight, but is it going to be enough? They do stop it, but there's a lot of damage. Cozy falling a bit low. They will back out at this moment.
Yeah, a little bit of a bait there for Boss. It was looking like Reiku was going to be able to get into that backline. They're still not finished here, Kin. There is a bit of a 4v3 going on right now.
Yep, they do give the burns, and at this point, a Vanguard does successfully secure his own buffs in the jungle, but they don't really have a lot of ultimates to play with, so safety is a concern for the side of Entity 7 at this point.
Yes, Suits sitting in the bush. Oh, okay, very close. Velo almost lost his life there. We see a little bit more of an engage into the T2 on both sides for Entity 7 and Influence Rage.
Yep, so both teams going to mirror each other's moves. They will get rid of the waves coming in for the respective lanes as well. Suits may be able to get a kill here. No, there's not enough damage. And 9 of us does jump in. Hang on. The Lao is falling a bit low. The flash is going to come out. It might not be enough. It's going to be the first win. First kill in the fight. They have to back off. But Influence Rage, they like what's happening here. They take another step forward. 2 kills only in the span of 8 minutes. But it is still Influence Rage in control.
Yeah, Influence Rage kind of trying to influence the enemy jungle here as well. Entity 7 trying to gain that Azure Golem for themselves, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do it. It is Raikou picking it up and stealing it for himself. But this Huang Zhang Patroni on this hero has been a solid pick because he's able to just sit in that back line, just like we probably see here as well into this engage.
Yep, same situation. Artillery going to be dropped as well. Influence Rage, they want to force the issue here. And it looks like Cozy will be dropping down the flowing side, gets the freeze as well. But at this point, no kills just yet. It's more about the map control. Bilal, he's going to keep eyes onto 2. But at this point, nothing too big happening yet. We're waiting for the big stuns that are coming in. They catch onto a Vanguard, and that might be too much damage. Gale's Benediction going to allow him to stay alive a little longer. The life bars are dropping. The turnaround is coming as well. But the Blazing Brilliance does not hit the mark. It could be bad for the side of Entity 7. Here comes Artillery. A Cozy gets another kill. They will trade out 1 for 1 at this point. But everyone is falling low on the side of Entity 7. They do get a kill onto one of the members on the side. I think it's Sony. Sony takes a fall against a boss here. And at this point, it's not looking too good for the side of Entity 7, even though they got a couple of kills.
I don't know. I mean, a 2-2 trade there for Influence Rage and being able to get into that T2 into the mid lane is really going to open up just even more means for the side of Influence Rage to get into the jungle now. But that was a fantastic fight there. It was really like long overdue, right? Because we didn't get the first 2 kills until about that 7-minute mark, which is a stark contrast from that game 1, right? We had 2 kills at 2-minute mark. So again, Entity 7 playing very safe, but I feel like Influence Rage has found a chink in their armor.
Yep, it's hard to deal with, right? Entity 7, at this point, they have given quite a bit of farm. They funnel it successfully into the hands of Boss, but they just can't find the physical positioning to get the perfect team fight.
Yeah, the one thing I like about this Huang Zhang pick for the side of Influence Rage is that he's able just to sit in the back line. He generally joins the fight later on. The shadow versions of the neutral objectives are up here. It looks like a bit of a gunning fall for the Overlord just to try and get some maintaining here for these lanes. But Kim, there could be a fight on their hands.
Yep, at this point, they do secure it. Vanguard going to take the fall in this fight. And bear in mind, the jungler on the side of Influence Rage is not there. So this was a fight with lesser power on the side of Influence Rage, and they still got a kill. So a Vanguard out of the game for the next 20 seconds.
Yes, but also be able to trade that neutral objective for the Shadow Tyrant. It's not like the side of Influence Rage needed that extra damage, but going into this potential 3v3 here, it could be huge.
Yep, Artillery going to be dropped down. Nothing too big at this point. Really just to push them back into the base, right? They want to establish a little bit more control around the map. This will open up more opportunities. 9 Novas, does have eyes on 4 different members. He's trying to see if there's an opening for him to make a play, but at this point, I don't think Influence Rage is going to make too big of a mistake. He does not hit the mark. 9 of us unable to get the catch, gets caught instead. His life is falling low. Here comes the defensive ultimates coming in from Suits, going to try and save them, and with that butterfly effect as well, going to be placed underneath for the whole team. Here comes the Overlord. Gonna try and slow down this pressure, but it's too much. Influence Rage, they find the opening, they break the tier trees. The base has been opened up. And here we go, artillery gonna be dropped down as well. Flash committed by Suits. What more can they do? The damage is just not enough. 9 of us jumps in once again, will not survive the fight. A Vanguard, Suits, they fall, and it's Influence Rage as they put their will down. There is no waves just yet, but they get the ace. And Influence Rage influence this match. They take it. Welcome to our first grand finalist.
Yes, once again, a beautiful game-ending play there by Petroni, able to get a triple kill, but not quite that pentakill that we saw in game 1. There was an ace on the board, though, however, which is still quite a great feat going into game 2, right? And like you said, Kin, this is the first grand finalist of the Open Series 2 regionals. So we are getting a Brazilian team go into the grand finals. Is it going to be, and obviously it's going to be a LATAM team going against them at some point, but who's it going to be in this next series? But that Huangjong pick was just perfection.
Yeah, really smart, right? I like the thought process behind the draft on the side of Influence Rage. Really clear understanding of what they needed to achieve. And likewise, similar to game 1, there was no entry point to get hands on Petroni as well. Let's take a look at the items. I think Petroni, of course, funneled 10,000 gold. He had almost everything he was looking for. The Daybreaker as the last item before the Blood Reaper as well. But, you know, big props to Raikou and Vilao because they made so much work for the team as well.
Yeah, we see the piercing coming through on the side of Influence Rage as well. So again, needing it for the side against the Zhuangzi and the Dune. And it's clearly showed that it worked, right? I mean, no deaths. He was able to just situate himself very well in these team fights. Once again, the Huangjong just being an absolute great pick. And probably a pick that maybe NT7 didn't think that they would catch out. But once again, looking at the stats here, we're seeing the 28% damage dealt by the side of Petroni there. But also, that this time around is Raikou taking 31% damage overall, which is crazy to think that a tank is able to do that.
Yep, he was always in the front lines, right? Supported by Vilao as well with the Leaping Savior. And of course, with this being said, similar situation, 7,000 gold ahead for the side of Influence Rage. But this time, the state of the game shifted more in their favor pretty much early on in this game.
Yes, and this is exactly where we'll see how that Huangjong really came through, as well as the Kaiser pick once more in these highlight reels. As we can see here that NT7 was always just a little bit more overstepping and a little overzealous with their commitments into the team fights, right?
Yep, and if you take a look at it, Vilao is never scared to make that sacrificial play, right? He will dive into the middle of 4, no problem. And Raikou was always so many levels ahead. Arashi at this point, level 10 only, so Raikou didn't care. He was 3 levels ahead at certain points of the game.
Yes, and this is definitely where the game finished here. Just one assault onto the base. I mean, for over the past, 72 hours, we've seen games where they've just entered into the Crystal region and it just didn't quite go their way. But Petroni both times been able to take it, and both times MVP going over to Cozy.
Yep, just providing so much value with the crowd control skills as well. Really just putting them in place, literally, because he was always freezing them on the spot. So Cozy, well-deserved, close to 85,000 damage dealt across the board. Once again, no deaths, and he took one of the least amount of damages in the team, which speaks volumes about the positioning that Cozy was able to find himself in.
Absolutely. I mean, we didn't see as much damage being dealt this time around, but it really shows, like you said there, King Cozy just being able to position himself very well when it comes to these team fights. Not dying once on the board there, but able to do a lot of damage nonetheless. So again, dual MVP going up to Cozy. We saw that he was quite an underwhelming player yesterday. We didn't really see much moonlight shine from him, but this time around in day 2, they are Cozy's looking like a real MVP going forward to the grand finals.
Yeah, very comfortable spot now as they place their butts on the seat of the throne in the grand finals. But we still have one more challenger that's going to be appearing to try and fight them for that final slot to represent the Americas region. And that's going to be the game of Leviatan against Malvinas Gaming. Now, we haven't seen Malvinas Gaming play just yet, but Blam, I think we have some huge expectations.
Yes, huge expectations, which will hopefully be fulfilled after a short break. So please don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be getting into the last best of 3, but then onto a best of 5 straight after that. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Open Series Split 2 Finals. We've already just crowned one of our grand finalists, which was Influence Rage, one of the first seeds from the Brazilian qualifier, and they did it with precision and greatness. Honestly, I think that was less of a struggle than what they had against STMN. I don't know how about you, Ken. What do you think?
I concur, right? I think they really have grown throughout the first day itself, and it's pretty clear they are champion material as well. Now we're going to start looking for our second contender, and that's going to come between Leviatan as well as Malvinas Gaming.
Yes, so here on Leviathan, we have Destro, who was probably one of our favorite players from yesterday, as well as Billy in the support role, Lamesh again in the mid lane, Andy in the jungle, and then we have their Clash lane, which was, sorry. It disappeared a bit too fast, but here's Malvinas Gaming for you to cover, Kin. Don't flop it.
Yeah, it is going to be Alfredios in the roam, Hotfit in the jungle, Ziggy in the clash, June in the mid, and Senshi in the farm lane as well. We're talking about Malvinas Gaming a little bit behind the scenes, and you know, they are a fresh team, right? We don't really have too much information about them, but that's really exciting for us because who knows, we may be here to uncover a diamond in the rough.
Absolutely. Malvinas Gaming didn't actually play yesterday, but hey, they are here today to try and give us a little bit of a beef between themselves and Leviathan. It is North against South, which this is ultimately going to decide which one is better, which geographically is going to take the crown of the grand finals, the second one. But into the ban and pick phase, we have Ali and Zhongfei being banned off the cards there for Leviathan. Over to the side of Malvinas Gaming, it is going to be the Lung and the Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, so important bans, right? A lot of burst damage coming out, especially from the bans on the side of MVG, and likewise for the side of Leviathan. I think they have already taken reference to the Zhangfei that was played in the previous series here. It was really a tough one to deal with. And this time, Leviathan, they want to go for that refresh and control strat, the Yuhuan, Lady Zhen, and Dolia. So much CC and damage as well.
Yes, it seems to be a little bit of a clash-off between those two junglers, right? I mean, Orgrin can go into the clash lane, but they have the lane already on Malvinas Gaming. But the Hugh Huan there was one of the biggest picks of day one, it seems. The appearance rate of that hero was pretty grand, but then pairing that with the Lady Jen and the Dolia, oh, they are cooking something here on the Leviathan, Kin.
Yeah, that's actually going to refresh and help enable more and more damage coming out from the side of Leviathan. Likewise, Malvinas Gaming, they have a pretty decent draft as well. Very scary. They have the Haino, Organ, and Elaine. These three people deal a lot of damage over time. And as the game goes later and later, I think you will see the amount of damage they will do will be quite painful to the side of Leviathan.
Yeah, we got the Haino coming through as well, which we saw quite frequently yesterday. Those Fate Scepters coming through quite frequently, doing a lot of damage as well. The poke potential of this hero is pretty crazy when we think about it and when you witness it as well. But yesterday, the issue was we saw the Scepters of Fate come through, but there was many times where they just did not close the kill. So hopefully for Malvinas Gaming, that is not going to be an issue. But we're getting into that second ban phase right now. The Marco Polo going to be taken out. Obviously, a great counter against Orgren, also great counter against the Lung, but that has already been banned out as well. Same with the Byron. So again, Maxi on the Byron had a fantastic day yesterday, and both of the games he played, that was his choice in the Clash lane.
Yep, I really like the bans coming out from Leviathan, right? For the Sun Bin, the time lapse is going to be quite destabilizing for the side of Leviathan. At any point of time, the combination needs to be timed properly. So a time lapse is going to absolutely destroy that timing. Likewise for the Da Qiao with the Sea of Fate, the ability to recall into the base and come back with the Eye of the Whirlpool. That's not a situation because they want to deal with, because it's essentially a 5v6 or even a 5v10 if the cards are played right. Now, Leviathan going to secure the Lady Sun and the Charlotte. A lot of mobility, a lot of damage, and a lot of sustain.
Yeah, but also that late game potential, right? We didn't have anything up until then before the Lady Sun was actually drafted on the side of Leviathan, but now we are getting that through, especially paired with the Dolia. It's going to be pretty huge. Dolia being able to give over those heals, get those little mini knockups as well when she uses her abilities in the water, but a little bit of a non-starting pick there that we saw from yesterday on the side of Malvinas Gaming there, Kin. The Direnji not having the moments to shine yesterday. Hopefully, again, the same thing with the Hino, with the Scepters of Fate, is hopefully this Direnji's actually going to do something in their team comp, being rounded out with one of the biggest support picks of the Pacific region, where Motsu came through pretty frequently. So again, another great pick to set up those calls, to set up those shots for those team engages.
Yep, really like it. To round it off with the Motsu as well. At this point, if they play their cards right, they're going to build so much space for the Direnji that I think it's going to be hard to deal with. But at the same point of time, you have to consider he needs quite a bit of farm until he gets that Sparkforge Dagger and the Doomsday as well. It's not going to be a very fun situation for this Direnji here.
No, yeah, we can honestly see that Lady is going to be where all that priority is going to go to in terms of those resources, and the mesh between the Lady Gen as well really shows that that's the kind of thing that we're going to be seeing here for Leviathan, is those resources are going to be pulled over to the Lady Sun just so we can get her online a little bit quicker, rather than waiting and it not happening, because that's going to be a lot of the damage output for the side of Leviathan, right?
Yeah, not ideal for the side of Lumesh, right? Actually getting hit with the Scepter of Fate. So June is able to deal a little bit of damage. Now, wave clear wise, I think they're pretty much even at this point, but simply because of the first move, looks like they will give away that River Sprite.
Yes, both of those minion waves have been negated there into the mid lane, but we still see Alfredo stick around here. But okay, Billy coming in.
That's quite a bit of damage. I'm not sure whether they can finish the job at this point. They will commit the flash. So that's a flashless Alfredos for the first 90 seconds after this.
Yes, a little bit of a refresh there. It would have been a nice bit of a first blood already in that first minute, right? If we saw that Lumesh was able to just get a little bit more damage onto the side of Malvinas Gaming. Alfredo sitting in that bush. Nobody's quite understood that he's there, right? That's a good hiding spot.
Yep, at this point, it is paramount. They get the steal. It does go into the hands of Billy. So this is going to slow down the farm of Hot Feet for a little bit, right? As of now, I don't think they actually managed to steal any camps from the side of Leviathan. So MVG, Malvinas Gaming, they need to make something happen. They're trying in the mid.
Yeah, seems to be a bit of a brawl there in the mid lane. I think it's a 3v2 for the side of Malvinas Gaming, but it looks like we're seeing Destro looking to try and take a few more hits onto this T1. We saw yesterday Destro was great at doing those macro plays, just making sure that he was able to put some pressure onto those side lanes. Orgren looking for a rotate round pretty wide, as well as the Hino.
Yeah, at this point, you can see, right, Destro, it doesn't matter if he has lower health, he can still out-battle Senshi in this farm lane for the time being. So he needs to make sure he keeps this pressure up. He's going to be supported by Billy as well, going to try and lay down the ult to really just push them away. In the meantime, nobody has really disturbed Andy in the jungle just yet.
Same with Jorgen, right? I mean, Hot Feet has definitely got those hot feet. He is all around the map. There is the path.
Yep, he's falling a bit low. Destro gonna try for it. Not gonna be able to hit the mark with the rolling raid here. Gonna have to just step back for a little bit. Doesn't really matter, right? With the wave breaker, does get the heals. Should be able to clear the lane as well. The big moment for me here, though, is actually that Leviathan has had their clash lane opened up. That's one free wave that I think at this point, Ziggy, he shouldn't miss.
No, yeah, it's a lot of gold to be taken up there, right? You don't want to be losing those last hits onto those minions, especially if you are behind in the gold, which Malvinas Gaming are behind ever so slightly. It's not a huge lead on the side of Leviathan, but it could slowly creep away from them.
Yep, Destro working hard onto Senshi. Oh, here comes a stun. Will be using the legal immunity to move out. So Senshi escapes, but the flash comes in. Can he get the first blood? That's a lot of damage. Destro will not be denied, and Leviathan make it work.
Yep, keep rolling on the side of Leviatan. That was a really aggressive dash-in, roll-in as well. The ultimate shell wasn't the finishing move there, right? That was just basically there to tickle and take a lot of damage in that early interaction. But Leviathan's Destro is still living up to the hype that we had from yesterday.
Yeah, this is a perfect start, right, for the Lady Sun here. So Destro, I think I like it at this point. A Meteor, and probably going to the Master Sword first, right? And Alfredios, he can't deal with the farming duo at this point.
No, yeah, the neutral objectives are up, and it looks like it's going to be a clear win for the Leviathan team. They're taking the Tyrant first, a neutral objective for themselves. Cannon Blast does come through onto Billy. They may be a little bit hot water here. Hot feet not to actually get into the hot water. He takes the Overlord.
Yep, path of passing laid down by Hot Fit with the Death's Precipice as well. Not going to work out too much. They're just going to stroll out on the side of Leviathan.
Yes, slowly though,
nice
that K-goal difference. The path of passing comes through. They're waiting for it.
Yep, nothing much is going to happen here for the side of MVG because, you know, Leviathan, they're falling low and they understand they shouldn't overstep their boundaries.
Yes, and just a quick little look at the itemization there. We can see that Destro is up by 3.6k to 2.2 in that farm lane alone, Kin. That is some serious gains already as we get into that 5th minute.
Yep, and curious about this, he actually went for the Axe of Torment first instead of the Master Sword. So he's looking for a little bit more of the armor penetration before he gets that double damage.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Especially with the likes of Orgren now being level 8. He has got his ultimate as well, so he's going to be able to take a lot of damage there. The Cannon Blast does come through.
Yeah, it's not looking too good. And to be honest, Leviathan happy with it. Billy at this point, he's able to tank through so much, and with the Wave Breaker, he is giving them so much heals. They can try for more. Leviathan opening up, but Death at Sunset going to be used defensively to move away, but the T1 is in trouble at this point. They will take it. Leviathan take a T1 and maybe looking for another kill.
Oh, Ziggy was just ever so close there, Kid. I wanted to just go like, hey, he's in there, but there is the think inside the box. Gonna be followed through with something else?
Yep, not gonna happen at this point. Alfredio is gonna be taken down, and it is Destro hitting the mark here with the rolling raid. Simple blow for a simple lead.
Okay, some more going on here as well, Kin.
Yep, they're not gonna, fully commit to this at this point. It's probably gonna be a disengage. Malvinas Gaming have already lost so much.
Yeah, they don't want to lose that T1 in the mid lane, right? Because this is kind of already looking like a less of a challenge for Leviathan from yesterday. I mean, they were a little bit tit for tat yesterday against Team Solid, but right now, Malvinas Gaming are struggling.
Yep, it's a tough one for them. At this point, they're still under-farmed. It is going to be a 3,000 gold deficit, and at this point, Death at Sunset. Maybe this is the opening they've been looking for. MVG, they want to try. They get the kill onto Destro. That's a big one, but Hot Feet unable to continue at this point. Can they get more? Alfredios needs to land that stun. Will not hit the mark, and Leviathan just lose out Destro. Small loss.
Small loss, but we can kind of see that Maxi doing the macro plays as well. Maxing out in the macro. We can see the Charlotte into the Clash lane, trying to force those minions into the T2 as well. Just trying to gain a lot more of those objectives for themselves on the side of Leviathan.
Yep, so they really just minimize the goal differential, right? They don't allow that comeback factor. And the only thing that's going on for the side of Malvinas Gaming is this push at the bot wave. Nothing else to be had, honestly.
Yeah, Senshi's actually done a really good job of actually trying to pull back that deficit, right? He's no longer a few K behind. He's only a few hundred behind now, which is really good for the side of Malvinas Gaming.
Yep, they just need an opening. And at this point, Path of Passing, a pretty nice one, spots out 4. But there's a lot of members. In fact, the entire team of Leviathan is around here. They were looking for an opening, but it looks like they will just secure the tier 2. In the meantime, on the top side, they will try to even out the odds. It is going to be a T1 for the side of Malvinas Gaming, but until they get the stun, I don't think anything is going to happen too much here. Nice burst. Oh, hang on. It is going to be walking away with a sliver of health for June here. Does not commit the Fate Rewind, and it is going to be T1. Threatened at this point. Path of Passing to try and deter them from coming in. Do not take that brunt of the damage. They will get it, and the wraparound seems to be coming from the side of Leviathan.
Yeah, Destro getting that Crimson Golem buff as well is going to do wonders for his damage. We can see that the Master Sword has been built, the second item there, so we're getting quite a bit more damage on top of the armor penetration as well.
Yep, and he's already halfway done with the first half of the item for the Eternity Blade. So this is not looking too good for the side of Malvinas Gaming.
Yes, I mean, already at the high ground turret here, Ken, there could be plenty of action just as we wait for these minions to rock around to the tier 2 in the mid lane. It does get taken down. Beta Scepter's trying to be used as a deterrent there, but we can see what happens now.
Yep, they're going to try and buy some time. Destructive Deluge going to be laid down in the top lane as well. Their rolling ray coming in for the side of Destro. They will get the T3. That's an opening on the side. Conductor of Souls committed, but it's not enough. The burst comes in as Destro just destroys them in the top lane. Fate Rewind gonna try and save the base a little bit more. Does restore that T3 on the top.
Yeah, we can kind of see Ziggy here, kind of give a little bit of a homage here to with Death from yesterday, just really pushing those side lanes with the lane. Obviously not offering much within those team fights. We saw quite a few times where the Deaths on Sunsets tried to come through, tried to get into that back line, but it just didn't really give. Was it giving what we needed, right? Was it be able to get to that back line?
Yeah, and you know, one thing I'm really surprised is now Destro has that 2,000 gold lead once again against Senshi.
He switches out the boots as well for that reduced crowd control. I've just spotted that he goes from the physical defense. He's like, hey, yo, I've got the damage now. I can roll in and basically deplete anybody when I get in there.
Yep, so at this point, it's all about the objectives. They have secured quite a bit of map control, so this Tyrant, bear in mind, it is a Shadow Tyrant going to go into the hands of the side of Leviatan.
Yeah, Leviathan is going to have a lot more damage now, as well as having that Crimson Golem buff, so plenty of damage coming through now, funneling onto the Destro right now as they approach the high ground turret.
Yep, they're looking for an opening at this point. They have to be careful. They have to pick the fights properly at this point. They do get that kill, middle kill, going down. Does not do enough damage. The entirety of the side of Leviathan, they have found the opening. They get the first kill of this skirmish. Ziggy gonna take a fall, and Senshi is falling low as well. Nobody has died just yet. Destro gonna walk away safely as he retreats to the bottom to try and lifesteal some health back. And Leviathan, at the end of the day, they're just making sure Malvinas Gaming cannot operate properly.
So Path of Passing coming through where we see some more engages here. We do have the minion waves trying to go through to that high ground turret in the mid lane once more, Ken. We're just waiting for some action to pop up. Andy is in there.
Yep, they should be able to secure that T3 in another push. At the same time, it is going to be some kind of deterrence coming out from the side of Malvinas Gaming. The stuns are coming in, but they will not stop that Team 3 in the mid from falling. And at this point, this could be the opening. Death at Sunset, jumping into the backlines. Destro is falling low, will be taken out. Very good play by Ziggy. But on their own backlines, they have been caught. Heartbeat is down, Senshi is down, not enough damage. June, the last man standing, and Leviathan will not be stopped. They will try for their best, and looks like game 1 will go into the hands of Leviathan.
Yeah, that was a great play there by Maxi, right? With the Charlotte into the Crystal, just keeping away the Orgrin, keeping away the Elaine as well, just meeting him before he tried to get out of there with his life. So well played to Leviathan, taking that game 1, and it seems with a lot of ease, right, Ken?
Yeah, pretty simple, right? Straightforward for the side of Leviathan. They essentially had control of the game majority of the time. And Malvinas Gaming, they just really couldn't find their footing in this game.
No, not at all. It didn't seem that way anyway. I mean, Destro was all across the map. There were certain times where he was 2k gold ahead onto the Senshi on the side of Malvinas Gaming. And then we saw that Derenji was able to get a lot of that gold back, but then to soon lose it to another 2k gold lead, which is going to be unfortunate when you're going against such a great farm lane player like Destro.
Yeah, so it's difficult because they needed someone to have the tankiness in the front lines, but nobody could do that job, right? If you take a look at the stats and the itemization, Destro already completing majority of his items, Axe of Torment, Master Sword, Eternity Blade, going into the Daybreaker. He had plenty of armor shred and plenty of damage from the crits as well.
Yeah, we can kind of see those giant grips coming from both of the junglers in this game one, but then you can see the likes of the Succubus Cloak coming through, the either Phoenix on the Hugh Huan, which is just that HP regen item, which is just fantastic to keep the sustains coming through and really helps with the damage taken right onto the Hugh Huan. Andy here with only 26.7% damage taken, but then also dealing 29.9, which is more than what Destro did.
Yep, very high, right? Like we mentioned the day before, Yu Huan, one of the surprisingly damaging characters as well. And now with this, they take a 10k gold lead, right? The gold graph doesn't really lie for this game. It's really clean from the side of Leviathan.
Another thing that doesn't lie is these highlights, right? That first blood, that aggressive flash in with the roll in as well was just fantastic for Destro. But there was just the kills coming left, right, and center for Destro on this Lady Sun, really showing that he has a great variety of farm lane picks. I mean, yesterday we saw him on the Garrow, we saw him on the Ali, and today we're seeing him on the Lady Sun, and he's really proven very, very good.
Yeah, so it's a difficult position to be in, right, for Malvinas Gaming, because who do you ban out? Now that you have seen the proficiency of the likes of Destro, you don't know what you want to ban.
Yeah, now that's the unfortunate side of Malvinas Gaming. Not only are they down their official roster, so they don't have their main their main ADC, but speaking of MVP, it's actually going to go over to Lamesh. So once more, the unsung hero that is Lady Jun is getting MVP 3 times in a row. It's not Cozy this time, but it is Lamesh.
Yeah, very good gameplay as well. I think he did the exact same thing that we all know the good mid laners like to do, which is to give a lot of crowd control as well as damage, right? This is one of the benefits of picking a Lady Jun, that flowing side within the Ocean of Tears, a very devastating combo. And if you notice throughout the game, right, he has been throwing the destructive delusions right in the face of the Algren. And Hot Feet, he just couldn't take it. It was too cold for him, too much heat.
Yes, going from hot feet to cold water, but we will be back soon after this break, getting into game 2. Can Malvinas Gaming take a round from Leviathan, or is it going to be that 2-0 stomp? You will have to stay in the chat to find out, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back from the quick break. It is time to go into the second game of the series between Malvinas Gaming as well as their counterparts here. It is going to be a tough one because, I'll be honest, it seemed like a pretty big stomp so far.
Yeah, I mean, there was a struggle for Malvinas Gaming to actually get a foot in the door. There was not a lot of pressure. The only real pressure that they had was the Elaine there. So Elaine really trying to do what With Death did yesterday from STMN, where we saw that those macro plays into those side lanes looked like a very fruitful means to try and force a late game. But the only reason that worked for STMN was because they was able to force it to the Tempest Dragon and then actually get the Tempest Dragon to then finish the match. However, a team like Leviatan, I don't think are waiting to get to that Tempest Dragon. They want to strike while the high end's hot.
Yeah, exactly. And looks like they have gotten even stronger from yesterday. So let's take a look at what they're going to try in this particular ban and pick.
Yes, going with the power play there, Kin. Leviathan taking out the Dolia for themselves. It's like, we've had one game. We want to let you kind of just maybe do something against us here. So we're going to ban out the Dolia. And then we look over to the side of Malvinas Gaming, and they banned out the Lung and the Arlie. So really going for Destro's hero pool.
Yeah, and it's a good strategy, right? Destro is really that strong of a player. Now, Leviathan gonna come up with a counter in the sense of the Zhang Fei. They don't want that double smite strategy coming in from Malvinas Gaming for good reason, right? I think with the possibility of the neutral objectives or your buffs getting stolen, that's not a good situation to be in.
I mean, not only that, right? We saw Billy yesterday on that Zhang Fei, and it was an absolute monster. Like, Zhang Fei's a beast by nature, but Billy on this pick was huge, right? But then we look over to the side of Malvinas Gaming, and they are going to pick up the Hu Huan for themselves this time around. It worked very well for Leviathan. Let's see if it can work for Malvinas Gaming.
Yep, and it's a flex pick nonetheless. It could go into the mid, into the hands of June. It could go into the hands of Hot Feet as well. But Leviathan gonna secure a combination that is pretty difficult to deal with, and that's gonna be the Da Qiao and the Ogren as well. So with the Leaping Koi Tide, it is easy to disrupt the movements on the side of Malvinas Gaming. At the same time, it gives Ogren a little bit of cover when he enters with the Path of Passing.
Yeah, looking for a bigger comp here on the side of Malvinas Gaming. They go for the Byron into the Clash lane. Kaiser, as well, as we know, is being a huge pick within that jungle, being able to soak the damage, being able to deal the damage. But looking over to the side of Leviathan, here, Kin, they are able to close out the dream combo that is the Futsu and the Chow there. So we're going to be seeing a lot of siege mechanics going on for Leviathan, right?
Yep, and at this point, based on what Malvinas Gaming have, they need someone who can kind of push them away from the Sea of Fate, right? They don't want to allow that TP. So at this point, there's two options that Malvinas Gaming can kind of explore. Blam, which one you would prefer? Would you prefer Burst, or would you prefer someone who has displacement abilities? You know what? The Chonghui looks very good now.
I mean, we've already got a little bit of damage here for the Byron, right? So maybe something that is able to displace the movement into the Sea of Fate. So no recalls for you. Sorry, you may not pass go without getting a fight on your hands. And it's nice to see that the Hu one is going to go into that mid lane, right? So again, there is a lot of sustain, especially paired with the Kaiser as well. We can see some very prolonged team fights, but we've seen Futsu and the Cho for quite some time, and when this team comp do come through, it's team fights isn't always the priority, right? It's always about trying to get those macro plays, trying to get those early T1s, T2s down, so there is no priority for your enemy team. You have pretty much control of the map. But speaking of control of the map, they do take out the Motsu and the Sunbin, which I think is a good pairing.
Yep, they don't want to be disrupted. It is very essential to the synergy that their combinations are not interrupted, especially when you're playing a composition that is easily disrupted, right? The Fu Su Da Qiao combo is not something that it's too hard to deal with if you have abilities that can remove them from place or kind of kill them before they even reach that portal.
Yeah, I can imagine the likes of the Futsu coming through will be going on to the Hugh Huan, because even though she becomes untargetable, as long as that lantern's already been placed down, we could be seeing quite a beating going on to Hugh Huan. But another hero going onto the Gorge for the debut in the Open Series Split 2 is the Zhou Yu, which is what you need paired with the Futsu and the Chao.
I love it because he, settles a couple of things that Leviathan's draft in the earlier stages does not have the capability to do, which is wave clear, right? So he's one of the biggest wave clearers as a mid as well, with his flames. But more importantly, he's able to do a lot of damage over time. And with the stun, it could be massive for the side of Leviathan. But I love this. Guiguzi finally also a debut performance into the Gorge here for the side of Malvinas Gaming. I love me a great Guiguzi.
Guigutsu coming through with the Ho Yi at the end there, but locking into Leviathan's roster is that lane. So being able to get into that back lane when you want to, you have that way in with the Death on Sunset. We saw Malvinas Gaming try this in the last game. We saw some great macro plays on the lane, but there was no real sort of great takedowns, no real shutdowns onto Destro, which was the problem, right? It's going to be really interesting to see how Destro plays the Futsu, because we've only seen him with these ranged heroes that have great positioning. Now he's going to be in the thick of it.
Yeah, but I'll be honest, I'm kind of preferring Malvinas Gaming's drop a little bit more, right? It makes a little bit more sense to me, but it all depends on Alfredios here. He needs to play a perfect game of Guiguzi.
Yeah, the Guigutsu kind of substitutes for the Sunbin, right? You're able to get that movement speed increase. You go cloaked going into these team fights, which is going to be huge when you have Kaiser on your team, right? As well as the Hugh Huan. So yeah, I can see why we like the Malvinas Gaming draft as well. But for pure aggression and split push siege mechanics, we could be seeing quite a lot come through from Leviathan.
Yeah. Right now, I just want to see whether Alfredios is able to use the Animus to kind of pull them away from the Sea of Fate at the correct timing. It is pretty tough to pull that off, but we'll see. At the same time, the benefits of Alfredios at this point, why I'm loving them so much, is because the Hidden Hand, when he goes and uses his first skill, it lowers the physical and magical defense of the opponents as well. That benefits Kaiser so much.
Yeah, already a priority here on the bot side of the lane, bot side of the map there for the Leviathan, already pushing that, but we get first blood. The camera, we missed that out. We saw that the Chao was already at the Azure Golem trying to secure it for a team, but it goes over to the side, over to Malvinas, and that is another kill for Kaiser. So Hot Feet is now cooking in the kitchen.
Yep, too hard to handle at this point. Alfredios, this is why I love the Guiguzi. The decrease in defenses, it makes that much of a difference, right? And right off the bat, 2 kills. This is a great start for Malvinas Gaming, maybe more.
Yes, forcing the flash from the Futsu as well, but it's going to be met by the Hugh Huan to be able to get out of there. Alfredos is still committed. We have Senshi getting the kill onto the Futsu, so down goes Destro. He has no range. Has he met his maker?
Oh, he definitely has. June makes it out safely as well for the Yuhuan. And this is a perfect start to what could have been a much better game for Leviathan.
Yeah, not looking too hot for them right now as they go into the second minute here. They're currently down by 1.3k gold, which is pretty huge at that 2-minute mark, right? There's a few items already starting to come through in terms of those second tier items as well. We can see that obviously second tier jungle item coming through for both of these teams here. Orgren not getting the greatest start, right? So Andy already playing on the back foot.
Yeah, and you can see the mindset on the side, holy on the side of Malvinas Gaming, a little bit more aggressive, right? I like the fact that, at this point, Ziggy just completely ignores the boots, going straight for the Nettle Gauntlet into the Meteor as well.
We also missed the kill there onto Maxi, right? So here's the gameplay, a replay here. Maxi going trying for the 1v1, but we all know Byron with 1v1 in that in the lane in the early game is a hard thing to crack. And right there, Maxi was the victim of trying to crack that. We said the guy Gutsu going up with the Hugh Huan as well, doing a bit of proxy farming into the middle of those 2 turrets. Now we're getting a good rotation into the mid lane.
Yep, here we go. Lumesh gets caught out as well. Simple kills for a simple win as Andy is no longer available for this world. A double kill as Hotbeat makes it out. My goodness.
Yep, 7 kills up
there's
already
more.
for Malvinas Gaming, and that's not just enough yet. Oh, okay, Leviathan is able to get the first kill onto the board for themselves, but Alfredo's with the speed coming down from that mid lane, and then Hugh Wong with the finishing blow, able to pick up the kill onto Maxi. So what a difference we're seeing here from Malvinas Gaming. This is aggression.
Oh yeah, I love it from the side of Malvinas Gaming. This is exactly what they needed in Game 1. Well, it did take them a little bit of time, but here they are.
Blue team has destroyed
Yeah, present and on the map. They have called their name in their register, and they are not quite done with the Open Series Split 2 just yet. They are looking for at least a win on the board, or even an upset here, Kim. We could be looking at a reverse sweep.
Yeah, at this point, it's a little bit difficult because if you take a look at the itemization of Maxi, he doesn't exactly have the best defense just yet. And Energy Core is not enough to deal with both Ziggy or Hot Feet.
Yeah, we can already see the T1's falling into the clash lane there as well. The Blazing Sun Arrow comes through, but misses everybody inside. Hot Feet looking to try and take this neutral objective from the side of Leviathan. They're able to, so Tyrant does go over to Malvinas Gaming. Maybe a setup for an engage here, we don't know.
Yeah, but Hot Feet does have his hands on both of the buffs. Of course, credits to the jungle on the side of Leviathan here. June is just so ballsy, look at that.
Yeah, he's going in with such great engages. Under the T1s as well. That was lucky for Ziggy, though. He almost got caught by Futsu with the pull in there. That could have been pretty crucial for the side of Malvinas Gaming with that takedown onto the Byron. As we already seen right now, the Byron's playing fantastically into this clash lane. Ziggy really putting his name to this hero.
Yeah, as well as Alfredios, right? With the lead that they have, he's able to go a little bit more greedy. He's going for the Crimson Shadow here, which is going to increase the attack speed, movement speed, and mana regeneration. That works out great for all of these 4 other picks besides the Guigulzi here.
I mean, looking at Leviathan's draft here, right, it's definitely more late game orientated, but the way Malvinas Gaming are playing right now, they don't want to get them to that late game.
Yep. Right now, Senshi might be at risk here, gets caught out.
Yeah, Destro locks him down. We do see Lamesh and Billy here trying to get help onto Futsu, able to claim the kill. And we could see those minions coming around to take the T1 into the bot lane. Leviathan, Andy, a little bit in too deep here. We have 3 members of MVG into it, but there's the Eye of the Whirlpool coming through for Leviathan right now, just trying to deter them from that T1 in the mid lane, because if they lose that, that is a lot of real estate going up to the side of MVG.
Yep, Malvinas Gaming were doing so well in the early stages of the game, and looks like they can't really figure out what they should be doing at this point. And Leviathan, if you give them an opening, they will not miss the mark.
Yeah, it looks like they've got their hand off the wheel this time around, because like you said there, Kin, Malvinas Gaming to begin with had both hands on the wheels. They had hot feet, and they were doing crazy. They were driving for those Alfredos, right? They were wanting those meals hot, and they were definitely getting it because they're already up to 6 kills, and they're still ahead with the gold, right? Even though we saw a little bit of a shine through here for the side of Leviathan, they are still ahead.
Yep. But at this point, Leviathan, you know, when Billy gets that Cape of Radiance, it's going to change the fights because he's going to offer armor whenever he deals damage. And once again, on the top lane, they have a kill, potentially a shutdown here onto Ziggy. Not the ideal situation for the side of Malvinas Gaming. And things are starting to look a bit dicey.
I don't know. I think a kill up into the clash lane to a T1 into the bot lane is probably a fair trade, right? You want to try and maybe replicate the damage that your enemy's already done to you, but here we go. Maxi doing a lot of damage onto the guy Gutsu, making him get out of that team fight, whilst we're seeing Futsu and the Chow already trying to push that clash lane to the T2, right? So a little bit of a distraction, a little bit of bait and switch here for the side of Leviathan.
Yeah, now they are in control of the map. They're pulling members of MVG all over the place, and I think it feels like they're losing the control here.
Yes, it's slowly but surely, it seems, right? We have the Eye of the Whirlpool coming through up into the clash lane once more. Ziggy is getting into the thick of it. Also, Alfredos is on the run. There we go. It is the ultimate from Orgren there, just absolutely just shutting down the Alfredos. June here cannot be that aggressive without the side of the rest of his team, right? Hot Feet still in a hot bush here. We have the Invincible Warrior come through also with that mid wave coming through in with the minions, but it looks like they're be able to close this out.
Yep, they needed to really just kill this game fast, but they took a little too long, and now Leviathan have hit their stride. Take a look at that goal swing.
Yes, massively, right? They were behind 1K. They're now just ahead ever so slightly by about 1K. It just needs a little bit more faster farming, a few more kills here. But we do see that the neutral objectives are now back up. It's not quite the Shadow Tyrant and Shadow Overlord, but it still could mean that the end of the means for the side of Leviathan right now. They've managed to bring back that the kill assist here as well. Defeats go over to the Tyrant, to Malvinas Gaming.
Yep, ideal situation for Leviathan here if they can get a kill, but Destro is getting caught out with recovery.
Okay, we do see the dash from Destro, which is causing a lot of death here on the side of Malvinas Gaming. Currently a 3-0 trade, 4-0 trade, triple kill going over to Andy on the side of Leviathan. A quadra kill once more for Leviathan. They got one yesterday. They get one today, Ken. And this really opens up that T2 right in the farm lane, and it looks like they're going to open up that T1 in the mid lane, which could be disastrous for Malvinas Gaming.
Yep, control has been handed over to the side of Leviathan. They took it by force. At this point of time, it's difficult because they're fighting into Lumesh's Scorching Bolts. And when you are standing in the flames, simply because he has Frozen Breath, he has Mask of Agony, there's a lot of slow, there's a lot of damage and burn over time. And it's really hard because MVG, they don't have the items to deal with this.
I mean, Malvinas Gaming have one pair of hot feet, right? They don't need another 4 pairs of hot feet as they're stepping around Joe Yu's ultimate. But speaking of stepping around, it looks like the Leviathan are trying to go for the Shadow Overlord, which would just increase the pace on how they can close this game out. And they're looking like they are going to claim it here. Yes, they are. We do see that Malvinas Gaming are in the mid lane. We could be seeing a big brawl here for both of these teams, forcing the retreat of Senshi, but we see the path of the POP come through for Ogren there, so able to catch up the whole Yi. So now we are seeing the T2 takedown as well, thanks to Destro doing the takedown. It's still not enough just yet. The Invincible Warrior is killable as they are going straight to the higher ground turret here, Ken. It looks like it could be the end, but just about able to keep them away, Malvinas Gaming, for now.
Yeah, they're knocking on the door consistently, and at this point, they're able to reset. Look at that, the Sea of Fate into the Eye of the Whirlpool once again, and in less than 10 seconds, they're up and fighting shape once again.
Yeah, no breather for the side of MVG right now. Ziggy is being caught in the middle with it with Destro, so they need to kind of give assist here onto the Byron. He's able to get all that rage and get out, though, so he's still waiting for his ultimate to pop. But they do have the Shadow Vanguard coming through onto the Clash lane here, trying to take that higher ground turret from Malvinas Gaming. They haven't quite got that mid lane one, but it looks like the Clash lane goes down.
Yep, Lumesh doing so much work for the team with the Wildfire, with the Scorching Bolt. Here we go, can they get the damage in?
Okay, the sustain comes through. The Either Whirlpool comes through for Andy. He's able to get out. He is safe for now. MVG are going to be met by the Death on Sunset here. Hot Feet is looking at some hot water for himself. The Either Whirlpool comes through, so they're able to claim some more kills and more respawns coming into the mid lane as they take the higher ground turret in the mid lane and in the farm lane, Kin. It is very fiery here for Leviathan. They're able to take down 2-0 trade right now. This is looking like they're going to close it out here. Potentially, they just need the minion wave as they come through. It is only Jun alive. Double kill goes over to Andy. Here are the minions. Crystal is about to go down. Jun just can't do enough. The ace comes through. It looks like the Leviathan are going to be your second grand finalist going through. It is going to be Latam against Brazil in the grand finals.
Welcome to the grand finals, Leviathan. What a dirty combination here with the Scorching Ball and with the Path of Passing Death Precipice. So much damage, and once they hit their timings, it was all over for the side of Malvinas Gaming.
Yes, Malvinas Gaming definitely started with 2 hands on the wheel, but then it slowly started to just fall off their Kin. They were kind of going over bumps at a few miles per hour, and then the car just seemed to just fall apart, right? We had a few people in chat saying, hey, no marksman, but they clearly have not had exposure to the Futsu and the Chao combo, and there it is, just pure pressure into the Gorge.
Yeah, that's the danger, right? When you can't deal with the members like the Ogren, with the Zhouyu as well, that's when the problems start to arise, because then the Fuzi and Daxiao get to roam everywhere on the map. And like we mentioned at the start of the game, Malvinas Gaming, they were kind of going in a 5v10 situation because with the Sea of Fate, they could go back to the base, heal up, and just get caught over with the Eye of the Whirlpool. And take a look at the items, man. I mean, this was a hard one to swallow for the side of MVG because Andy here, 11-2-1, already hit all the different markers, Blood Rage, Eye of the Phoenix, Blazing Cape, just too much sustain.
Too much sustain and clearly too much damage, right? Locking down that execution on his auto attacks when it comes through, right? You see that little bar come through. He's able to claim those last little hits a little bit easier with Orgren there. So you can kind of see the assist coming through from Billy, from Lamesh, but the last hits were all coming through and funneled to Andy, which was really being shown there as the front line towards the end of that game. But I do have to say to Malvinas Gaming, that was a fantastic draft. They just kind of took their foot off the gas a little bit. But let's looking at that damage dealt, we saw the 33.7k coming from Andy, and then 24.5% coming from Lamesh as well. So a lot of damage coming from these different vectors of the side of Leviathan. Really meant that because of the Zhou Yu, we didn't really need the range in that farm lane, right? Destro and Billy was just there to do the job of sieging.
Yeah, Lumesh, actually, I have to commend his efforts this game. He was an enabler this game. And to pair it up with Billy as well, the Sea of Fate into the Eye of Whirlpool combinations, they just took the second half of the map by storm. And now this is a 9,000 goal lead. You could see very clearly they were in the driver's seat for the side of Malvinas Gaming for up to more than half the game. But the moment the farm came in for the side of Leviathan, it was all over. They just took the reins and went straight to work.
Yeah, the majority of the game, like you just saw there with the gold graph, was really going over to Malvinas Gaming. I was really shocked that they was able to just take the foot off the wheel that easy. But then when you look at what the team comp is onto the side of Leviathan with the Futsu, with the Chao, and with the Orgren as well as the Zhou Yu, just Lamesh really showing, and quite an understated player, I have to say, right? We always give highlight to Destro, we always give highlight to Billy, but Lamesh, this is a great mid lane player.
Yeah, you know what? He was just upset we didn't talk about him more, and boy, did he make us talk about him. Lumesh did so much work for the team with the burn damage over time, and if you notice, the last item he bought was the Venomous Staff, and that really put the nail in the coffin, because when June is unable to heal the team up as much, and you have Kaiser with even during the Invincible Warrior unable to recover as much life, it really put things into perspective where the power spike was very clear for the side of Leviathan.
Yeah, his life really flashed before his eyes here, but this is the play that I really liked, where we sort of got this great barrage of attacks here in the mid lane. Then the Eye of the Whirlpool came through. We saw then they tried to have a breather, but there was just no point. They were just gasping for an oxygen. There was just like, yo, just let me just get a second to breathe. But Leviathan knew the plan. They was like, yo, we're not taking you to the late game. We are literally ending you right here. And here we go. So Lamesh getting the MVP. Like we said, we don't speak about him often, but he is the silent killer. Lamesh getting the MVP once more.
Yeah, message received, Lumesh. Let's put you and paint you in the glory that you deserve. 100 and close to 105,000 damage dealt across the map, and it's pretty clear why. The entire map, wherever he was always burning, right? With the Scorching Bolt and using the Wildfire to kind of spread the flames, and finishing off people with the Flames of War. Perfect. Chef's kiss for that. 1-1 and 13. What a nice KDA. And just burning their way through the opponents of Malvinas Gaming. So once again, we have our two grand finalists, but only one walks away the champion of this finals.
Yeah, Hot Feet kind of predicting the fact that the Zhou Yu was going to come through in game 2, right? Because he definitely had Hot Feet. And I think the rest of his team, plentiful pairs of Hot Feet for the side of Malvinas Gaming. But I do have to congratulate them for just having a superb early game, right? Like we said, they had the dominance for majority of that game 2, but unfortunately wasn't enough. But we're going to go for a short break before we get to the grand final between Leviathan and Influence Rage. So don't go anywhere, guys. It's going to be a heck of a best of 5.
the meteors that fell from Zephyr was a mysterious substance temporarily named Amber. In fields such as biomedicine, it may bring hope for post-disaster reconstruction.
The possibility that they're still alive is practically zero.
This is our only chance to save them.
Doctor, we received a weak signal from Zephyr for the first time. Zephyr, rescue!
We have arrived. It's going to be the grand finals of the Americas region. Here with me today is Blam, and the both of us will bring you through this best of 5. Blam, how are we feeling?
Very excited, especially after that last game between Leviathan and Malvinas Gaming, especially that game 2, right? That was some spicy gameplay.
Yeah, really loved it. I like the creativity, the fact that we got to see so many debuts, right? We have the Guiguzi coming in, and I really like that pick. I mean, I can't stop gushing about it. But, you know, the past is the past. It is time to be living in the present. Grand finals, baby.
I think what Kin's trying to tell us here, chat, is that he is a Guigutsu Stan, right? I mean, you definitely want to be turning invisible and having that movement speed. It definitely would help with the commute to work.
Oh yeah, for sure, right? I played a roam role a lot, so yeah, I really love to see representation in the roam heroes. Now, talking about the roles, let's talk about Influence Rage, one of the grand finalists, Sony on that clash, Raikou in the jungle, Cozy in the mid, Petroni in the farm, and Villau in the support/roam role.
Yes, this is the representation from the Brazilian region. They are going up against the LATAM South. So it was obviously a battle of the South and the North in the last game, and South comes out on top, and that is Leviathan. But hey, we got to keep an eye on that Petroni, right? He's going to be looking for more pentakills this time around, Kim. But speaking of Leviathan, we have Maxi in the Clash lane, Andy in the jungle, the Mesh double MVP, have to give him to the last series, Billy in the support role, and Destru in the farm lane. So here are the LATAM South representatives looking to bring it home for the LATAM region here and hopefully get their place into the play-ins. But that's what it's all about, right, Ken? Trying to get to that KC play-ins to fight off against Osiris Gaming and Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, I like the fact that, you know, we're talking about a team from the south, because normally when you say things go south, it doesn't really go well. But if things go south, this is Leviathan's game to be had. And I'll be honest, I think this is going to be an absolutely kicker of a series, because there is potentially no stomp here. It is even between both teams.
Yeah, I feel like Influence Rage we've seen at their maximum, right? Especially with that first best of 3 that we had yesterday against STMN. I really feel that STMN put them to their test. They really stretched them long and wide. But for Leviathan, I think they are still yet to be challenged. We saw a little bit of mercy on the battlefield in Game 2 against Malvinas Gaming, but they still came out on top. But here we are into the bans and picks.
All right, let's see. It's the battle of the brains of the coaches as well. Now, bans, we have the Arlie, we have the Ming coming out from Influence Rage for good reason as well, right? With longevity, it's pretty hard to fight into a fight. It's essentially a fighting 5v6. Likewise, Leviathan, what do they have?
Yeah, it's interesting to go for the Ming off the table, especially with Destro. We've seen Destro on, not Ming, sorry, the Arlie off the table, as well as the Ming, because that could then definitely funnel in that damage for Leviathan Destro there. Ming, we've seen being paired up with a lot of farm lane heroes, and it goes very well. But the Chao and the Dolia both being taken off the board. Again, 2 big picks for our Influence Rage, especially the Dolia. But looking at that prio pick, we're getting Hugh Huan, but Leviathan with the Mai Shiranui.
All right, so huge burst potential, right, coming out from both the Kachosen and the Ryu engine. The first level 2 spike is going to come from this Mai, and we've already seen the likes of Lumesh play very well on controlling heroes in the mid lane. Now, Mai not only offers control, but a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, plenty of damage, but I'm really looking forward to Lamesh just literally take off those weights. He has been waiting for this moment, I think, just hoping that he can be that carry, right? We've seen him just be the silent hero in the background on the Lady Chen, on the Joe Yu, but Mai Shiranui is one of those heroes that allows you to get that limelight, and I think that's what we're going to see in this game one.
Yeah, at the same time, we do have the Patroni Lung, so that's going to be a huge one. Really like the ban from Leviatan for the Sun Bin because it does have the capacity to really make things difficult for him. Because at this point, if he lands his time lapse properly, you might not get the unbridled outburst. You might not get that real engine off at the correct times as well, and that's going to be quite costly for the side of Leviatan.
Yeah, quite costly indeed. But another thing that I've taken off the board for Destro is that Garo. So we can kind of see here, it's a little bit of a telltale for Influence Rage that these next two picks are going to be their front line, right? And Garo not only just helps with tanks, but with Yu Huan being able to give him shield and healing, and Destro just being with that magnificent placement we've seen him over the past 2 days. It's probably a very good ban to try and take out some of these hero pools for himself, because we don't know what he can and cannot play, but we know he can play the Garo and the Huang Zhong.
Yeah, you know what? There are so many good picks here as well. Marco being one of them. We have not seen a Marco take its debut appearance here in the Americas region just yet. I'll be super excited if Destro can give us a inkling and maybe some reference to this hero itself. They are going to put emphasis onto Maxi first. That's going to be the Charlotte in his hands. Now, this is going to open up the doors for Influence Rage. So who are they missing? They're missing the Clash lane as well as that roam/support.
Yes, absolutely. I can imagine that they would probably look for maybe a Liam Poe for this one, right? Because they don't really have any of the supports that could offer a tankiness with this, right? Byron fits in very well into this team comp, especially with the Huan, especially with the Lady Chen being able to start up those engages from a long distance. Byron, we've been seeing over the past 2 days, even the past 72 hours, those Clash lane backdoor plays from the players that play Byron has been huge, but they're actually going to go for the Zhuangzi, which again really shows weight to that Garo ban.
Yeah, so this Zhuangzi is going to make a lot of work, right? Two very distinct situations that the butterfly effect is going to be very useful in. Number one, in neutral objective takes, right? We've already seen the likes of Billy using the Zhang Fei of the Smite, and in instances where there is a tussle for that Tyrant or Overlord, it's normally the case where they kind of use the Unbridled Outburst Beast form to try and get the steal. Now, I like this.
Look
the Soyue coming out.
That is so unexpected, kid. Destro? I mean, is it unexpected? The way we've been watching this player just have great positioning in these fights, the Show You, right, makes sense only on Destro. He's able to just assault people from range. He's very sneaky at getting into those interactions at that last minute.
Yeah, and one of the best things is he, simply because he does not have critical damage, everything converts into physical attack. He's going to be one of the most damaging farm lanes available in the game.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be hard for the Zhuangzi to actually get up on the Shoyu unless he just has really bad placement, which we know Destro does not have. But I feel like this really opens up the limelight to be shined onto Lamesh on this Mai Shiranui, and I'm so here for it.
Yeah, exactly. This early game is going to be very vital, and Patroni is going to be outranged at this point. I don't think there's going to be much things he can do in the early parts of this game.
Yes, I mean, this region's really shaping up to everything that I wanted it to be, right? It was a great fight. If we was getting the full best of threes, we got a Tempest Dragon, and we've got some really nice fresh picks, right? We thought it was all down to the JPKR region with the Agudo and stuff like that, but now we're getting the Show You come through, and it's just everything that I wanted and more. Honestly, we love the open series for these things alone.
Yeah, we have to keep our eyes on Destro for that wild win, right? The moment he gets a snipe in, it's going to be extremely painful.
Yeah, especially onto the squishy heroes on the side of Influence Rage, like the Lung and like the Lady Chen as well. Try dropping that Destruction Deluge onto the Show You. He's not going to be anywhere near you, right?
Yep, exactly. And at this point, it's very glaring, right? how do they approach Destru? Because he is going to be extremely far away during the fights, and even if you expend the flash, it's going to cost you quite a lot.
And not only that, right, we've seen Billy on the Zhong Fei. We made a point of this yesterday, Ken. He was a very aggressive roam style support, right? He was able to be up and across the map, do damage, and that's the other thing you got to contest here. But speaking of contest, okay, Maxi is taking a lot of damage from the Byron here, but we get in Lamesh come through with the Mai Shiranui. First blood goes to Andy as well, and they are not looking to stop there. Reiku maybe a little bit overcommitted here. Cozy is trying to do a little bit of damage just to push away the side of Leviathan, because if Cozy was not there, it would have been trouble for them.
That was a big bait. You could tell Leviathan were already aware of the rotations coming in from Influence Rage. So at this point, small wins, but it's something that could potentially turn into a much bigger problem later on.
Yeah, definitely something that coming to fruition, but my gosh, Lamesh was able to just weave in and out of that fight, just like most of these great players on Mai Shiranui. It's just so refreshing to see somebody that's been playing mages for the past 24 hours come onto the Gorge right now and play that assassin. Though the hero that can get a lot of spotlight here, but Cozy is doing pretty well going head-to-head in the lane against the Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, at this point, Cozy will not be caught out but there are all 5 members transitioning down towards that farm lane. They want to put a little bit more pressure. They know that this Crimson Golem is being taken at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see where they were going with that rotation, right? We thought that it was going to go into the jungle. Obviously, the neutral objectives aren't up for another 40 seconds or so now, but it looks like they're just trying to freeze this mid lane, just trying to get a bit more priority, get some more gold for themselves.
Yeah, very clear that they have communication, right? The Mai Lumesh already backs up, because the information from the Ogren, Mr. Andy, was that, hey, they are transitioning up towards the top lane. You should be careful how you're walking into the bush.
Yeah, you don't do face checking those bushes with your face, which we've seen one too many times, and it goes horrible. But the path of passing goes through just to put a little bit of pressure on there, trying to steal that jungle camp from the side of Influence Rage. Getting a little bit of engage here into the mid lane. Potential battle here. We want to see that cameraman, please see what's going on. We see Charlotte rotating round as well, because that neutral objective is now just come onto the board.
Yep, Cozy falling a bit low, will be up to scratch at this point, but Billy has already expended that beast form. This might cost them the fight if they don't take it rightly, but it's Leviathan, so no worries there. They secure it for themselves.
Yeah, Tyrant going over to Leviathan is pretty immense, right? That damage coming from the Shoyu is going to be huge. But not only that, the Mai Shiranui is going to get that lightning rod effect on those abilities, get that chain lightning that's going to be able to try and make clearing these waves a little bit easier for her.
Yeah, right now, in terms of the mid laners, it's really who gets their second core item first, right? Or their first core item in this case. You can tell, right? The Cozy, he's going for maybe the Frozen Breath or Mask of Agony, either one of these, or maybe even the Venomous Staff. But on the flip side, oh, hang on.
Yeah, speaking of flip side, we do see that Raikou is a little bit in too deep there, but Lamesh can make a caught out. Oh, okay. The last hit comes from the Q1, but it seems like Leviathan's not happy with that result. They've lost one of their teammates, but there seems to be a little bit of a split fight here, a little bit of a duel in the wild, wild west of that farm lane, as they're able to take that T1 as well. So they do lose a health, lose a life, sorry. They do lose Lamesh, but they are able to pick up that T1. We see that Byron's able to activate that ultimate just to keep himself alive, but Andy is sticking around close. Path of passing coming through.
Yeah, this is exactly what we expect out of the farm lane for Leviathan.
So far, so good, right? I mean, we're looking at that goal difference. It's literally neck to neck, right? There is not much in it, but 2-1. Okay, we do see that Sony goes down. Maxi making the most of that T1 takedown now, thanks to the minions. So that is huge priority for Leviathans in these side lanes.
Yep, so Leviathan just really tip-top of the game, right? They are making the waves and the rotations necessary to keep them at bay, but also secure farm for themselves.
Yes, right now it's looking a little bit struggle here. You can kind of tell from Influence Rage's play, right? They're trying to just take some of these the jungle farm from the side of Leviathan, and that's all really what they have in their arsenal right now, because they have no priority in these lanes. We see that Lady Chen is trying to force the minions into the T1, but then we see that Maxi is on the ball. He's just playing macro very well.
Yeah, here's the two things that I'm really concerned about. Number one, it's about the ultimates coming out from Bilal, right? And secondly is the ultimates coming out from Billy, because both of the ultimates are seriously important. Butterfly effect for Bilal will enable them to take a very good fight. Likewise, the same can be said of Billy. And so far, depending on how it goes, it seems like every time Billy expends that beast form, they will want to look for something.
I have to give note to the rotations here on Leviathan, right? We're seeing that Lemesh is all over the spot. We see him up into the clash lane, forcing the minions into that T2. We saw him then go use the mechanic, the teleport mechanic, sorry, to go back down into the farm lane. But it looks like we are going to get a bit of a technical issue here for the side of Influence Rage, it may seem here. But we shouldn't be too long. Oh, no, it's not. It is a Destro that's having a bit of an issue.
Yeah, not to worry at this point. You know, Leviathan, I think they have a decent control. Let's be honest, there's no one in the driver's seat just yet. But Leviathan, very close.
Yeah, both of them playing it pretty much a little bit like a racing game, right? They're just kind of like driving next to each other, waiting for the last person to get that last nudge just to knock them over the edge, right? And right now, Billy is looking like he is going to be the victim to HuK once more, getting those last hits. But we see the Destro almost got caught out there by the Byron, but no, Lemesh comes through, saving the day. Destro has got a wildcard for him, but while this is all going on for the T1 into the mid lane, we are seeing that Maxi's going for that great macro push. We're seeing for him for proxy farming those minions between the higher ground turrets and the T2, allowing that T2 to fall into clash lane. So once more, some great priority here for Leviathan.
Yep, it's a very hard tunnel vision coming in. Yes, they lose the Crimson Golem, but they lose a T2 on the top, and this is quite punishing for the side of Influence Rage, right? Leviathan now, once the situation resets, they have so much more map control.
Yeah, and this is the problem, right? This is hard spot to come back from. Yes, they're able to break into the T1, which we always say is quite crucial for your team. Is you should be keeping that alive, kind of like a little bit of a ground zero, right? Because you don't want to be giving over your jungle to the enemies. And right now, HuK is able to just kind of weave her way in. Raikou, as we know, has no fear, has been playing quite ballsy throughout the entire of this tournament.
Yeah, and you can start to see the dangers of having a soldier in the hands of Leviathan, right? There is no one that has been successful in taking out Destro just yet.
Yeah, Destro has definitely had a saving grace from Lemesh, right? If it wasn't for Lemesh, Destro would have gone down, but it looks like they're using the bait of this tyrant here. Bilal looking pretty low. We see that Zhongzi is having to get try and get out there, but Destro getting caught out, as we were just saying that Destro has not yet been caught out. We see the Influence Rage is like, check please on Destro, he's mine.
Well, he likes to prove us wrong, and once again, he has proven us wrong at this point. But Leviathan, I don't think they're suffering too much, right? They now put their attention towards that Overlord. Very good timing at this point, but with the debuff itself, right? It might be a little bit risky for them as the Shadow versions will approach and despawn at the 10-minute mark.
I suppose it's just to give more pressure into these lanes, right? I mean, Influence Rage is definitely no short or stranger of the pressure they're suffering right now within these side lanes. They are able to take that T1 into the farm lane, but it looks like Petroni's trying to get that T1 into the clash lane as well, and he's able to get it right. So that means he's able to form up with the rest of Influence Rage. This could be a huge engage for them coming through. We have the minions, but the Vanguards are here to try and wipe them out, but they are not standing still. Cozy taking a lot of damage.
Yep, that's a huge sign of relief for the side of Influence Rage. Now they even out the odds of the lane, so they can buy a little bit more time to really work on the other sides of the map as well. Right now, Andy suffering, being pushed out of his own jungle by all, no, not really all, but 4 different members on the side of Influence Rage, and this is going to open up the doors for the Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, I feel like the tempo has been found here for Influence Rage because they are rotating like an absolute unit. They're able to get this Tyrant, the Shadow Tyrant as well, which is going to serve greatly for Petroni. And not only Petroni, but Cozy going into it. We've seen Lady Cheng have massive amounts of damage, even secure MVPs for some of these players that are on the Gorge right now. But speaking of the Gorge, we see that the Unbridled Rage comes through. Byron straight into the back, taking out Lemesh. And it looks like it's not going to end there. Billy goes down as well. Billy go gruff. And we see the Conductor of Souls come through, but it's not going to be enough. Byron is able to take down Ogren as well. That has been a great way to get them back on the saddle. Influence Rage with a 3k lead.
Yep, they found their groove, and Destro, he's going to try here, but I think he might be in a sticky situation.
Yes, so we're seeing a potential invade here before Destro. He may be a little bit too lost for wears. We're seeing Sony coming in with a very aggressive dash there, trying to get the knock up, but there we go. Lady Chen, I think it was pretty much a ridden tail there for the side of Leviathan. Destro a little bit overextended. We are seeing that there's two members of Influence Rage trying to combat and take the high ground turret. Oh, Petroni getting the kill.
Yeah, that's a huge turnaround for the side of Influence Rage, right? Leviathan, they just can't control Petroni, and this is why you don't give him the Lung, right? He's so sick on it.
Yeah, the Lung is sick with the flow and the dragon, right? He's able to use this perfectly. I've already made quite a good note of Petroni being able to use that ultimate to perfection. But again, we're getting a bit of a split push here. High ground turret goes down into the clash lane for the side of Leviathan. So again, greatly pressed at the crystal. Influence Rage really putting their name to staple.
Yep, they're looking for more though, Leviathan. They need to get some kills here or it's going to be entirely unworthy of the efforts they put in for the first half of the game. 12 minutes in, they're already trailing by 7,000 gold.
It's kind of like we got a bad influence from Malvinas Gaming, right? We're going on to Leviathan because that first part of the game was stupendous for Leviathan. Great rotations. They had the tempo. They had the priorities in the lanes. Right now, they're definitely playing with their foot off the pedal.
Yeah, it's a difficult one because right now the sustain is coming through. Breakthrough robe even for the side of Raikou. He just is going to be a handful. He does have Pierce, he does have tank, he does have the heals. It's so hard to fight against Raikou at this point.
Yeah, we've even got Maxi playing on the back foot, right? We've been seeing some great macro plays from this player all the way for this game up until the 13-minute mark, but Maxi is now being forced to play at that 1 foot behind in a defensive position. But hey, sometimes I say the greater offense is a defense, right, Ken?
Yeah, and you can see, right, the formula is working exactly how Influence Rage wants it to be, which is to have Petroni just essentially unbothered, right? They don't really have to care about him. He's free to roam however he wants in the fights. And when you give Lung so much space, he's going to be able to do too much damage to your front lines and your back lines.
Yes, Leviathan's got to be really careful here that they don't give over the Shadow Overlord, but I don't think they have much choice as Petroni gets a last hit onto the Shadow Overlord here. We could see a huge engage. We see the Unbridled Outrage comes through from Billy. Andy looking like he's in trouble. There is no conductor amount of souls that you can do to save yourself in that situation, especially with the high ground turrets taken down. Zhou Yu has gone insta-kill of 80%. That is so much damage coming from Petroni right now. That is too much for the side of Leviathan to deal with.
Yeah, and this is a perfect situation if you're coming in from Influence Rage. Even though Billy is still alive, right? But he does not have his ultimate. His passive is way far from where it needs to be.
Yes, speaking of ultimates, we do have Cozy with the ultimate. We have a lot of engage here. We have a lot of damage coming through from the side of Influence Rage, taking game one from what we thought Leviathan, from that beginning part of the game, Kin, was going to go to themselves.
Yep, it was just a warm-up, right? At the early stages of the game, they haven't found their flow, didn't really know what to do with the early aggression, but once they hit that stride, goodness me, Influence Rage just taking over that game.
Yes, the Rage has been influenced right now as they take game one from Leviathan. So we really need to see Latam South really put some more respect on their name, because we can see from that game one, right, and from all their previous experience within this Open Series Split 2, they can do it, but they just need to just play constantly with the aggression, maintaining that tempo.
Yeah, it's all about Raikou this game, right? Raikou is the sole reason why they could perform whatever they wanted to do. He was so tanky. Everyone had to pay attention to this Yuan. And look at the farm, right? 5-0-8 with the Frostscar Embrace, Breakthrough Robe, Mask of Agony, Frozen Breath, the slows, the burst, the armor pierce, and most importantly, the life shredding. That's what Raikou offered, but not only that, his kit allowed the entire team to be healed. And for one of the very rare times, the Lao made the Zhuangs work.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This was played to perfection, right? The CC immunity coming through so that the Unbridled Rage didn't have as much of a kick as it normally does. Same with Lemesh's Maisha and Noi. We saw in the early game when we were able to get those 1v1 pickoffs, but after that, in those team fights, that Zhuangzi was really a great asset for the side of Influence Rage. But we look at it here right now that the damage taken on Vilao is 28.6%, and then Raikou as well with a 33% damage taken. Just really shows to sustain. For those in the chat that don't quite are not aware of the Hugh Huan in the jungle and how fierce it can be, Influence Rage showing you right here the actual capabilities of this hero.
Yep, they were bubbling underneath, right? I think more than half the match itself. And once they hit the strikes, it was just growth over growth at this point. Just taking 2 neutral objectives for themselves, 1 Shadow Tyrant as well as 1 Shadow Overlord. And boy, they made it work. 9,000 gold ahead. Let's take a look at the replays of this.
Yeah, this replay, these highlights, is going to really show where Leviathan had their strengths and where their chinks in their armor started to show. And once something like that is something that the enemy team like Influence Rage get aware of, it's pretty huge, right? Because they are able to just manhandle Billy on the Zhongfei. These last hits from Raikou coming through from the Hugh Huan was just huge. A massive upset into these team fights that could have nonetheless gone in the favor of Leviathan.
Yeah, which is why the roaming and support ultimates are so important, right? The moment Billy doesn't have the beast form, it's pretty hard to fight. And at the matter of the fact is, Villar was always saving his ultimates for the perfect moment. And once the shield came in, the fight was all over for the side of Leviathan.
That's the problem, right? When you have a player that knows that they have to be very sort of frugal with their ultimates usage, that's deadly, right? Especially with that person being your support player. They need to know the masterful timing of when that's right to get that ultimate, that CC immunity, that shield come through. And it really shows with Influence Rage. And I can't really say there's a weak person on this roster. They are playing fantastic and really showing how strong the Brazilian region are, especially for some of these lesser known teams. It's crazy.
Yeah, they're really showing us how to outmaneuver their opponents, and the one guy you have to keep your eyes on is the MVP of this game, Raikou, showing us not just the beauty but the elegance and the pain of Yu Huan here. 127.9 thousand damage across the board, never died the once this entire game, 5-0-8. But more impressively is the amount of damage and punishment that Raikou took. 84.4 thousand damage. It was a bottomless pit of punishment, and he was fine with it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like to compare players within regions, right? But the way that Raikou's playing and the performance he's showing is really similar to VKS's Danny, right? Like, honestly, his presence within the jungle, presence even just on the team alone, just showing how, like, even with the balls he plays, right? Danny's very much invading the enemy jungle as soon as he can. And Raikou is just literally the carbon copy of it. And hey, if that blueprint works for one Brazilian team, why not do it for another, right?
Yeah, exactly. And when you have someone as stable as Raikou, you know a player like Petroni is going to take it up on all fronts. But talking about taking stuff, let's take a short break as we go into the second game of this best of 5 series. We're not just done yet. We'll see you when we're back.
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Open Series Split 2, guys. We have just already been part of the Grand Finals. Game 1 already done, going under the belt of Influence Rage. Brazil's region is looking pretty strong against Leviathan, but hey, I think there's still a horse in this race for Leviathan.
Oh, for sure, right? This is just a teaser. Of course, I think Leviathan, they have managed to find their strides in the early parts of the game. Right now, they just need to make sure they know how to close it out, right? So let's take a look at what's going to happen for game number 2. Any expectations or anything you think that needs to change for either team?
Well, I mean, definitely it's hard to prio ban the Shuangzi, right? Because it's one of those picks that sometimes has done really well. I'd say it's done worse than it has done good, right, within this open series, within the American regionals. But it was just down to Influence Rage's Velo just being able to completely savor those ultimates for Billy's ultimates. It was quite a case of cyberbullying, right?
I like that one, yes. And now, Influence Rage, based on what happened in game 1, it looks like they're very comfortable keeping the Yuan in their roster as well.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, though, for Influence Rage. Well, for Leviathan, it's either ban out the Huan, but then let either the Chow or the Dolia come through. And we know that with Influence Rage, the Dolia is probably just as powerful as the Huan. Vilao on the Dolia is crazy, but we're going for the same Sung and Dance, or the same Lung and Dance, shall I say. Lady Jen coming out with the Lung once more.
Yeah, they don't want to play the long game here. It's going to be tough. But Leviathan, they're going to swap out for now based on the picks. It is going to be Dun that is primarily at this point maybe still in the jungle. Now, Zhang Fei, I think Billy did a good job just now. Not the greatest, right? He should have been a little bit less trigger happy with the unbridled outburst. But as it stands, I think it was just due to the pressure of Influence Rage. Every time they noticed that Billy was out of his passive, they initiated a big team fight.
Yeah, so you can see here with the Sunbin ban, I can honestly see here the Shuangzi actually be banned after this as well, which would then maybe mean that the Motsu may come through for Influence Rage. We're not too sure yet, but the Garo once again makes a lot of sense, especially when you're playing against a Huan.
Really, I would not give a ban to Zhuangzi though. I feel it would be a total waste.
I mean, how Vilao played it last game was pretty huge, but right, I mean, they clearly don't think that it's going to be an issue. They ban out the Charlotte instead, which is a little bit of a weird one because it was actually Leviathan that had the Charlotte last game.
Yeah, I think here's the game plan, right? So Leviathan, instead, if let's say they really do consider and pick up the Zhuangzi, here's the strat. Let's just make Vilao burn it early. That's the same thing that Influence Rage was doing to Billy on that Zhang Fei, right? So billing him out of his ultimate, just making sure that it doesn't is not an option in the team fights. So they could pull out the same type of gameplay against Influence Rage.
Yeah, I mean, the Byron's still up on the cards, right? The Byron could still come through. Hey, there it is. Why not? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So we could still potentially see the same comp as last game. Maybe they're going to run it back for a second game, right? See if Leviathan can beat it. Or is it just going to be that fork in the road that they just can't travel down? And they are. They're going for the same team comp. 2 games in a row. Hey, that is a true testament. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, so at this point, Leviathan, they have to be really careful. And here we go. This is going to be the debut match for the Marco Polo in the hands of Destru. And I like this. Like I said, I play a lot of Marco. I can see the value of him in this match. But once again, the butterfly effect needs to be burnt out early if they really want to make this composition work.
Yeah, absolutely. We see that Limesh gets the Mai Shiranui again, but now that he has a little bit more of a solid front line, because we know Dune can actually soak up a lot more damage than Jorgren. It doesn't take as many items as well, because he's just naturally tanky, can do a lot of damage as well. The shield coming through is a great asset of Dune also, but then when you pair it up the Marco Polo, like you say, is a great counter for the Lung.
Yep. The Resplendent Revolver are going to be very useful in the team fights because not only does it stack up, it also allows you to deal true damage as a Marco. Now, his 1v1s against Lung, Petroni, is going to be a skill battle. And looks like Petroni is suffering quite a bit. Look at the damage he's taking already.
Yeah, taking a bit of a beating from the early game. Marco Polo, he has the cleanse on there as well to obviously make full effect of that fevered barrage. And we've seen Lamesh, again, same song and dance with the Mai Shiranui landing those trick shots as well, making sure just to get as much optimal damage as possible. We've seen a few rotations here from both of these mid lanes. More so, we see for Lady Chen trying to get a bit more farm, but it seems like Lamesh is looking for an engage into that bot lane.
Yep, they need to make life difficult for Petroni. Like we mentioned in Game 1, he has essentially literally been left untouched, and they need to change that state of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Petroni, right, he's always a very silent player in the very early parts of the game. Beginning, mid-game, he doesn't quite just get there, but it's generally that late game where he shines. We kind of forget that Lung is on the Gorge, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, Lung is on the Gorge. We didn't realize. He's been playing it very silently. It's the same with the Lady Chen.
Yeah, you know, and it's not a nice surprise when a Loom jumps up on you, suddenly with 3 core items ready to just lay the pain down.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't like a dragon laying it on me, to be honest. They're coming out of the sky, just like, oh, there's a dragon. Oh, there wasn't one a second ago, but we've seen a little bit of a clash here into the mid lane. We're seeing a 3v2. Okay, so we didn't get to see that. Hopefully the replay will cover that part, but Raikou getting the first blood for the side of Influence Rage.
All right, everything status quo. This is the first blood. Oh my goodness, the tragic beauty. And of course, the final last hit, allowing them to get the kill onto Andy. And this is not where you want to be if you're from Leviatan, but for Raikou, this is perfect.
It's only problem, right, with early levels Dune, he doesn't have quite as much tankiness with him. The only way he has out of a team fight is his own Aruli Blade. So we just be able to chain blade out of there and then hope for the best. But when you're slowed, when you can't do anything, when you've just been literally attacked by 3 mages effectively, it's hard to get out of there. And really showing it, Influence Rage getting the first blood.
Yep, and this is going to, or rather, this is what makes me curious, right? What kind of build does Andy go for? Because he needs magic resist. It's not going to happen now. Andy caught in between 2.
Yes, Andy caught very much in the deep there. Lamesh is trying to kick back Raikou into the T1, but Andy's only taking a lot of damage. There we go. Shuangsu getting another kill. He obviously should have really gone over to somebody else, but hey, when you're trying to claim some kills here, trying to get that early game dominance, what does it matter?
Yeah, it doesn't matter because they already have a 1,000 gold lead. And Velau with the butterfly effect not only allows them to dive that much deeper, but it also allows them to continue the rotation. So you can see very active across the map for Influence Rage.
Yes, Influence Rage influencing the Gorge so far, having a lot stronger early game than that game 1. Really putting this same team combo, but to a second notch, right? They were definitely not playing it this well in game 1. The rotations are coming through very fast and very furious.
Yep, at this point, close to the 4-minute mark, which means the first neutral objectives will be spawning soon. I don't see how Leviatan is going to be able to contest this Tyrant. Growth-wise, Destru is nowhere near where he needs to be. You know, Sparkforce Jagger, he still needs the Doomsday to be able to deal with Velau on this round 2.
Yeah, we can see Velau already starting the neutral objective here for Raikou and Cozy to come round, rotate, and try and take it as fast as possible. Both of these being high damaging heroes as well is just basically doing that job. Petroni just gets rotated around. He's like, hey, I can offer a few skills. We'll get it run down pretty quickly. And that's exactly what they've done there. No way in. They have gatekeeped the Tyrant.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? I hate to be the one to place it like that, but Influence Rage just doing the ground and pound at this point. Leviatan, they haven't found any entry points just yet. Top lane, they're going to try on Sony, but is that really going to work out?
Sony taking us a very surprising 2v1 there against Lamesh and Maxi, which was really surprising. You'd think that the damage coming through from Lamesh, from Maxi as well, was going to be enough to take down the Byron 1v2, but not quite. We're seeing a bit of an engage here. The Unbridled Rage comes through. Andy is into the thick of it. Lamesh is already pretty low. Same with Maxi. They're playing from the outside of this team fight, not actually be able to get away in there. So again, not being able to commit to that team fight is definitely showing that Influence Rage have the influence.
Yep, exactly. And Velau being at level 6, it's not really a high level, but the fact that he has an increment in the levels, the butterfly effect essentially negates the first wave of damage that comes out from Leviathan.
Yeah, we can already see here some of those armor pen second tier items coming through. We have it on the Lung, we have it on the Byron as well, which is going to be troublesome for the likes of the Zhongfei and the Dune as well. So making sure that they don't take as much damage as possible, because if they do, it's going to be trouble street for them.
Yep, exactly. You know what? I want to point attention. Raikou now has level 10. He is already tough enough to kill, but when he's over level, and you are under level, it's really impossible. It's quite impossible to pull this move off where you can maybe get a kill on Raikou. Something miracle, like many miracles need to happen.
I don't think it's a miracle when it comes to Raikou, right? Because this is something we pointed out when he played Kaiser against the previous team. Like, he was level 12, and then the other team was level 10, Entity 7. And it was kind of just like, whoa, this guy knows how to farm. He knows how to make the most of that XP, that gold, and it's already showing. Every game that we watch of Raikou is always levels ahead of the enemy jungle.
Yep, exactly. And because he has taken the buffs, he does have the countdown timer of these buffs as well. So he is going to be constantly invading. He's able to tank it up, and here we go. The pressure is just insane.
Yeah, Maxi going in with the barrage of swords there, just trying to do anything just to keep Raikou off of that Crimson Golem. But the thing I like to point out there, Andy was in the bush to the right of the Crimson Golem, and then we just had Raikou just like, you're not getting in there, bro. I am literally just using my AoE skills. You're not going to do anything. I'm doing too much damage to you right now. I am like 2 levels above you, so that's a lot to be contesting with when you're Leviathan Andy. You're playing a tanky jungle. You know you're not going to do any damage to Raikou right now.
Yeah, exactly. And Maxi maybe getting caught out. Death at Sunset going to be committed as well. Death at
Sunset you need to use to get out of there, and Lamesh is doing the same thing. He's having to dip, dive, and dodge to get out of there when using the Mai Shiranui. Raikou again with his MO balls he plays. He's able just to go in the level 1 dive. Not level 1, the tier 1 dive, sorry. For Cozy, getting that slam dunk onto Destro is vital for the side of Influence Rage. Really trying to open up this mid wave here. You can kind of see the Zhongfei is stalling to try and keep that minion wave into the T1 on the side of Leviathan, but it's not going to be quite enough because we see that Zhuangzi is just trying to force him out of there, and hey, Influence Rage get another T1 in that mid lane, and that's fatal for the side of Leviathan.
Yeah, Influence Rage definitely have found their structure, right? Everything is working out for them, and Velau, he's just that enabler. Every time you have butterfly effect open, you know they're open for a fight.
Absolutely. I mean, even if that's right, he's kind of always chasing off the likes of the Zhongfei, chasing off Dune anywhere to be the full frontal brunt of attacks from the side of Influence Rage. But right now, we've seen a lot of damage already going to Zhongfei. That T2 is opening right up right now. Billy only level 9, as the rest of them on the side of Influence Rage are already like miles ahead in terms of the experience.
Yep, this is so oppressive, right? They're gonna try. Destro is making his best efforts on the bottom side of the map, but it's not gonna count for much because at this point, essentially just the top lane T2 is left. Oh, Destro, this is a hard one.
Destro actually getting the one up onto Sony there into the farm lane, and they're looking to maybe take down this T1. He's playing from behind the T2, sorry, so he can try and escape, but we now see the Influence Rage are coming around Cozy, and it's so hard for him to get out of there. It is pretty much a done deal for the side of Influence Rage, picking up another kill, putting them 3 kills ahead. But look at that gold difference, Ken, right?
Yeah, 4,000, it's nothing to joke about at this point, especially when the level advantage is so distinct between the two teams. So at this point, Leviathan, I think what Destro did there is exactly what he needed to do. He needs to give his life for this because they need more map control. It doesn't matter if he dies once, they've already died so many times, right? Well, 4 times only, but it's more than enough in their case.
Yeah, so far for Influence Rage, this is looking like a bigger dominance from game 1, right, Kin? They are able to get to the early game. They are not suffering into the mid game like Leviathan did. We're going again for another big engage. We have Yu Huan straight front and center, just being able to deal a lot of damage and soak up a lot of damage. Level 14 compared to Andy's level 12. That level 2, that 2-level gap has not faltered on the side of Influence Rage. And it's not looking like it's going to slow down here as well. The Unbridled Rage comes through, just being able to first back, but the CC immunity comes from the Zhuangzi as well. But again, Doom taking so much damage and just not being able to do anything with it. They have means of getting into the backline, right, for Leviathan, but they just aren't able to do it. Influence Rage are just miles ahead right now.
Yeah, but Influence Rage, they have to take care that they have to close the game soon, because Leviathan will start to hit certain power spikes within the next 4 to 5 minutes. And if they do not close the game within the 15-minute mark, we could see a swing.
We could see a swing, right? I mean, maybe that's what Leviathan's trying to do here. Maybe that's what they're just trying to live out for. Stay alive long enough until your opponent's phone's battery dies, right? That's what they say in the game. But I don't think that's going to be the case right now for Influence Rage, as they're looking to maybe take this fight around the Overlord. We see that Destro's looking for another macro play. He's just trying effortlessly to try and just gain some map dominance here. He's able to do it. Sony going 1v1, but he's now caught up thanks to Villau gaining that kill there. But we're seeing a kill across the map thanks to Petroni onto Lamesh as well. They are taking L's here on the side of Leviathan.
Yeah, both teams, their farm laners are making so much work there. If Sunset going to be committed, they will not get the kill here, but I think Billy is pretty much done for.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to commit that death on Sunset when we know that Petroni has his ultimate on cooldown, right? So he's able to just use that dragon to get out of there. And there we go. Sony goes straight into the high ground turret, takes down Zhongfei. Billy is no more. High ground turret in the clash lane is no more. Maxi is on the run. They're forcing him out of the crystal, but we still have members of Influence Rage stuck in there. Hugh1 is committed, and that's what it takes to be the best. You are committed to those kills. Minions are at the crystal. It is a 3v4 right now. They're trying their best, but Sony comes around and gets another kill. That is Cozy getting another kill for Influence Rage. They just need the minions. It's just a matter of moments for Influence Rage to basically conclude this game 2. They're doing so much damage on the Destro, even though he's in the base safe. That is going to be a game 2 takedown for Influence Rage, currently up with 2-0.
Yep, even smoother. They have found the formula for the wins here. Influence Rage just looking unstoppable at this point. And if this continues, I think we're gonna have the end of the day early here.
Yes, we was honestly hoping for a closer best of 5, right? But so far, Influence Rage with the same team comp for 2 games in a row is smashing it.
Yeah, they don't want to be denied. They're so close. You know, when you see the end line so close, you're stretching out for it. That's what Influence Rage is going through right now. They see the ending, they see the light, they want to close this out, and they are so close.
Very, very close, right? I mean, they just did not let the gas go off the foot there. The foot off the gas, sorry. Whoa, that was a brain puddle if a blam there. But they didn't let the foot get off the gas there that entire match, which was the problem that Leviathan had in that game 1, right? They had the great early game. They just kind of left that foot off the gas, and then all of a sudden, it was Influence Rage just putting their foot down like, hey, let me help you drive this car. We're going to take this game 1, baby. And exactly the same in game 2. Just no lead for Leviathan at all, unfortunately.
Yeah, one of the unfortunate things for them was that Raikou was the one that got the first blood. As we take a look at their items later on, Raikou with the first blood, which meant that he was accelerated in growth. He was able to get that Frostguard Embrace really early on. And when you're dealing with a team that has so much physical damage, the Frostguard Embrace makes its money's worth, because not only do you have the tanky and the defenses coming in from the item, you have the attack coming in from the passive as well.
Absolutely. It just wasn't quite enough for Leviathan to make any gains of that game 2, right? They had the likes of the Elaine, they had the likes of the Maisho Nui, but there was just no means of letting them, or even just Influence Rage, just gatekeeping to the point where they weren't going to allow them to get into the back line. Even though they had the means to, they were just completely denied.
Yep, let's take a look at the highlights here. So this was one of the main things that really costed them the game, which is the first blood, which landed into the hands of Raikou. And when Raikou gets the advantage, he has so much range, the ability to do so much damage. But the best part was the fact that they could just keep the lid onto Destru. He got a couple of kills, sure, came with a couple of turrets as well. But at this stage of the game, when your Marco is not there, essentially it's game over.
Yeah, it literally was a case of Marco, Polo.
And nobody responds.
Polo. No one could find him, right? There was just like, oh, he's trying to split push, which at the end of the day, right, we've seen it many times with teams like STMN, where one of their team members tries to get the macro so they can kind of try and formulate some late game victory for themselves. Because like you were saying there, kid, if they don't close this out, the side of influence rage that is within that first 15 minutes, then they may have a problem on their end. But I'm pretty sure they knew that in the back of their mind, because how they played, not taking a foot off the gas at all, was huge.
Yeah, exactly. Yuhuan is a person that, you know, if you give them a good lead, they're going to snowball really hard, because Yuhuan has the ability to take multiple camps at the same time. And boy, the team enable him. They help to clear the lanes. They help to clear the jungle camps a little faster and give Raikou that last hit as well. So he was just having a free day on both ends of the jungle. And Raikou with a lead with Yuhuan, no joke.
Yeah, it did seem like a bit of a buffet for Raikou, right? He was able to get that 2-level lead for the entirety of the match, even when we saw it very early on that he had or way ahead of Andy. But speaking of being way ahead of ourselves, we aren't going to get there just yet. We're going to take a quick break, guys, before we get into potentially the last game between Influence Rage and Leviathan. You'll have to stay in the chat to find out. See you soon.
Now the ultimate from Gretzky, but hey, it doesn't matter. I can be on target.
Очень неплохо получается со скачка. Летавинус раскрылся в путь. Как же Юнит раздает дэмэдж и пытается что-то придумать.
Jing, so Jing's most common combo is the 1-2 ult, as we just see in here with AB8, perfectly timed, perfectly executed. Is that going to be a double kill? Oh.
meteors that fell from Zephyr was a mysterious substance temporarily named Amber. In fields such as biomedicine, it may bring hope for post-disaster reconstruction.
The possibility that they're still alive is practically zero.
This is our only chance to save them.
Doctor, we received a weak signal from Zephyr for the first time. Zephyr! Rescue!
Welcome back. That was a quick break. Now we're going into game number 3. Can we see the comeback potential, or will Influence Rage just end it all in this potential last game of this series? Lem, what do you think?
I mean, it'd be great to see a reverse sweep, right? At least a game go over to Leviatan, because they've been playing so well within the past 24 hours and even today, right? Just to get to this point in the grand finals. So it'd be really nice to see the boys just be able to take a point from the Brazilian team. But there's a reason why Influence Rage are at this point and at this form, because they have been against some of those greatest Brazilian teams in their own tournaments, right? Even HoK BR or any of the sort of like qualifiers. They've gone up against VKS, they've gone up against Loops, Be Bold as well. So they know what it takes to be great at this game, and they're clearly displaying it in this best of 5.
Yep, exactly right. End of the day, in competitions, almost is never enough. So they need to put in a little bit more work on the side of Leviatan, and maybe try searching for a bigger weakness on the side of Influence Rage. Now, Influence Rage, they're going to kick things off with the ban on Ming and Arlie. We've really seen Destro very strong on the Arlie, very strong on the Garo, and both games thus far, they have been banned out.
I mean, this is basically the same song and dance again for the side of Influence Rage. It's the Ali and Ming ban. We've seen it for the past 2 games, and they're sticking to it this time around. But hey, Coach Blam has been heard on the side of Leviathan. They've banned out the Hugh Huan, as well as the Dolia. It does give up the Dachao, which is a little bit unfortunate. Let's see how Influence Rage cook with this.
Yep, this is a tough one, right? This opens up so many doors. At the same time, the reset situation is really dangerous when you give a Dachao over. Simply, we've already seen this in the previous series, that Sea of Fate send back to the base and the recall back into the fight itself with the Eye of the Whirlpool, very costly to the opponent team. So Leviathan, they are going to pick up their own Lady Chen this time, along with the Ogren. Ogren seems to be a staple pick. I'm not sure if this is the best one.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where this Ogren sits, right? Because he could go either into the Clash lane or into the jungle. What? Right now, we're looking at the jungle pick here, but it looks like we're going to get the Dachao in the mid lane, which is a little bit popular in the Brazil region right now, I've seen previously. So yeah, we're going to get the Dachao in the mid lane with Zhong Fei as well. So Vilao getting that big tanky beast.
Yep, I say what because I love to play Dachao in mid as well. It's one of my personal favorites. Now, it is really hard to play against because she gets a reset every couple of waves. And it's a very simple one. And unless they have someone to displace her, she's going to get a free recall every single time.
Yeah, I think it's quite a sensible thing here for Influence Rage, or even smart, right? The fact that they've got the Dachao, thinking, hey, they've got the support pick already pinned out, but then no, it goes to the mid lane. And then the Lung and the Zhong Fei come through, so they've got their farm at lane pretty much secured, right? So they don't have to think about support, they don't have to think about marksman, which right now, Petroni, tried and tested, that Lung has been fantastic throughout the entire of the Open Series, right?
Yep, once again, you just leave him open, right? But the question here is, what kind of tank do they want to go with? There's still so many options they can explore. They have the Tun, they have the Kaiser as well. These are all viable options for the side of Influence Rage. They kind of replace the role that Yu Huan played at the same time. Only difference, the reach maybe not as far.
I love how they've changed the draft ever so slightly, and it's all down to one of Leviathan's bands, and then Influence Rage is just gone for the same bands for the third time. Really focusing on Destro's hero pool, right? We have the Ali, we have the Garo, we have the Huang Zhong as well, just really targeting this guy. This guy cannot get a break. But looking there, we have the Dune, so it means that the Ogren's going to go up into the Clash lane.
Yeah, and this opens up for the potential Kaiser coming out for the side of Influence Rage, one of the tankier members available within the roster to try and enable this lone pick. But at the same time, Xiao cannot be underestimated. Her damage is actually pretty sick, and when she's not in the wrong position, she has one more extra slot to put in very, very destructive items coming in. Utility build, possible. Full damage build, also possible.
No destructive deluge from the side of Influence Rage this time around, but it could potentially be a destructive Chow. But we are getting the Charlotte and we're getting the Monkey pick as well. Something that hasn't been widely picked within the Open Series as a whole. I was watching the Philippines qualifier earlier, and Monkey comes through straight on the first game that I watched. So again, it's refreshing to see a new hero in the jungle. Not quite new, but still, it's a difference.
Yeah, so we have seen a couple of Mankeys even in the previous qualifier finals for the Pacific region. This will be the first one, I believe, the debut one for Mankey in the Americas region. Let's see if this works out, because Mankey is quite the tank as well, and mobility is no issue for Mankey. With the Dream Roam that circle around, it could prove to be pretty fatal for the side of Leviathan.
Yeah, it also can be quite tanky, right? I mean, onto the side of Influence Rage, the tankiness is really going to come from the Zhongfei and the Monkey. They're going to have the Charlotte to try and get into the backline there, especially onto the likes of the Lady Jen and also the Lady Sun. But I have to say that Leviathan are cooking here with the Orgrim, with the Dune pick as well. And they have obviously the Modsu, which has been banned once, I believe, in the game 1, but didn't quite come through in game 2. But he's a great shot-calling hero.
Yeah, they just need to make sure that they keep their eyes checked out for Destro as well as for Lumesh, right? Because there's a lot of entry points that Influence Rage can kind of take up. They have the dive available from the Zhangfei, they have the dive available from Sony on that Charlotte, and most importantly, they have the dive from Raikou with the Dream Roll.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate that Lumesh didn't quite get his time to shine on the Mai Shiranui, but hey, if you know what works for you, get that Lady Chen and then just give it all over to Destro, right? We've known time and time again for Destro to have a fantastic performance in the farm lane, so why not give it a go? You're literally teetering on the edge of losing that 10K dollars, $10,000, and losing your chance to get into that KC play-ins.
Yep, so at this point, looks like they have managed to get the invade through. So Influence Rage, they start off with one of the camps being stolen. This is a great start for them.
Yeah, so far so good. The Chow really showing and holding her own in that mid lane, but Lumesh is definitely just negating that minion wave, so we can hope for maybe either some sort of roam or just maybe a replenish from Lumesh while they wait for that next minion wave to come through in the mid lane. But we see there the recall comes from the Chow, but nobody takes it. But Dune here potentially looking for a engage.
Yeah, they're going to match each other's moves at this point. Raikou going to keep pace with Andy as well. Both of them are level 4. No big difference in EXP just yet.
Not just yet, but if it's going to be tried and tested, and we know how Raikou plays, he could be ahead of 2 levels before we even know it, right? We see the Cannon Blast come through there, trying to stop the engage from the Chow, but not quite enough. A lot of damage going on to Billy there. That's quite risky on the side of Leviathan, but okay, the Chow getting caught out here. First blood goes over to Leviathan. Lumesh is back to basics right now. He's able to get that first blood.
Yeah, this is a rare mistake from Cozy, right? This is going to open up the doors for Leviathan. They're going to access that Azure Golem as well. Now, Raikou is going to have a taste of his own medicine here.
Oh yes, they're able to still maintain that Azure Golem though, so that's probably the better part of the objective for Influence Rage, is just making sure they're able to procure their own Azure Golem and not give it over to the side of Leviathan. But that was a nice cannon blast we saw there from Billy trying to stop Zhongfei going in, but it was still a non-starter.
Yeah, they need to be careful for the side of Destro here. The wraparound is coming.
Wraparound coming there. We see Billy there as well. Destro in with Petroni and Villau. Is it going to be a takedown? Yes, it is. They are able to get that takedown back, but it is a 1-1 trade, though. Raikou does fall, but they're able to take out Destro, which, when we think of a late-game hero like the Lady Sun, this is where we kind of put those pit stops on the Lady Sun.
Yep, a little of a stunt down here, and it looks like Sony will have eyes on the Maxi and Lumesh, so he knows that there are there is a numbers advantage at this point for the side of Leviatan in the top lane at least.
Yeah, speaking of numbers advantage, there's not really an advantage in that gold lead, though. They are pretty much neck and neck at that 9.7k goal. But okay, Destro coming through with a kill onto Petroni. But here we go, Raikou is getting that revenge tour onto the side of Leviathan right now. Billy uses the Cannon Blast to try and escape. Lamesh giving out some damage with those abilities from the Lady Gen.
Yeah, so at this point, nice catch. Once again, that's how they caught him out with the things inside the box. But that means there is no thing inside the box for the first neutral objective of the game. Now, how is this going to impact Influence Rage and Leviathan? That's the big question here.
Yeah, we're already seeing that Leviathan's going for that Tyrant, right? They've been starved of the Tyrant for the past 2 games, so they need to start getting those neutral objectives under their belts just to try and get that priority in the early game. But just because Leviathan's able to get that priority doesn't mean they're always going to maintain it, right? That was their mistake in game 1, Kin.
Yeah, at this point, even with the first neutral objective, they're still very close in gold.
Still very close in gold. The either Whirlpool does come through there as well, just bringing Charlotte down to that bot lane and able to get that T1 as well, because that was a great call. They have no minions in the clash lane, which enables that Charlotte is free, because otherwise she would just be there clashing away with the Orgrin. So good call there from Influence Rage.
Yeah, big win here. So they do make them a difference marker here. It is going to be a goal lead for them. Even though they lost that first neutral objective, they can start working towards the top lane. Everyone is going there now.
Yes, Charlotte here. Sony and Maxi already having a little bit of a brawl here, trading blows with the path of passage, sorry, from the Orgrin. And there we go. Andy is trying to take the Crimson Golem as well. Manages to do it. There's that dream roll from Raikou, keeping him out of there, keeping him safe. Those bubbles are meant to be keeping him safe, but they are also deadly.
Yeah, Dream Bubble, actually one of the underrated skills that people always underestimate, right? When he throws it out, it does deal a considerable amount of damage. And at this point, Raikou is level 9. And with the level differential, it is going to be quite painful.
Quite painful indeed. And what is also painful is Zhongfei taking a bit of damage there from Andy and Billy. Billy's still in the bush there. There comes the Cannon Blast. There is no Unruly Blade to come through just yet. From the side of Leviathan, we have the Chow here. Cozy looking to give a hand to the Zhongfei. But again, we're seeing some pressure from Leviathan, Kin.
Yeah, but take a look at what Petroni is doing. They're leaving him alone once again.
Leaving baby in the corner, and that is bad, right? They are looking to try and take this T2, and they've done a lot of considerable damage to it as well, which is troublesome for the side of Leviathan. But there we go, the other Whirlpool does come through, so the Chow, using that access from anywhere on the map, is able to try and force away the side of Leviathan. Lamesh trying to get the knock up here onto Raikou, is successful with it as well. Cannon Blast coming through, is able to sort of stunt that engage, and we can kind of see Destro rolling in as well, trying to do a lot of damage onto Raikou. Raikou's able to get out alive thanks to the Chow, which really just shows the capability of this hero.
Yeah, big save, a lot of attention in the mid lane as well, but top lane's being pushed in at the same time.
Yes, it seems like a bit of a brawl, right? This is probably the most brawliest we've seen both of these teams, and you can imagine the anxiety in this match, right? Because there's a lot on the line. Influence Rage already up 2 points, and then Leviathan are just one mistake away from getting completely wiped out of the open series.
Yeah, dancing on knife's edge at this point, to be honest, because the goal is just 1,000 at this point. But when there is a big teamfight win for the side of Influence Rage, it's going to cost them a much bigger deficit for sure.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing you don't want, right? Influence Rage just to make sure they are able to, well, just maintaining that goal lead, right? That's the kind of thing that Leviathan need to do in this early game. We are going into the 8-minute mark. Raikou going 1-to-1 with Andy. They're already a level ahead. We see that Sony's coming in with the engage as well. The Umbrella Blade comes through to save the day for Andy. The Overlord's coming through. Are they going to steal it? Oh, it is going to go over to Influence Rage. No crucial kill theft coming to the side of Leviathan.
Yep, by the smallest of margins, right? 16 health left on that Overlord, and this is one objective. The equalizing objective that managed to get.
Yes, we're having a bit of a tip for tat here. Oh, okay, nice bait there from the Chao. Is able to recall Raikou out of that team fight. Taking a lot of brunt there. We're seeing a 1v1 between Maxi and Sony up into the clash lane. The path of passing does come through to save Maxi right now. And we see that Sony's forced back that T1 to keep it alive.
Yep, they're ready to get another fight started, right? Raikou has been reset. He's ready to join the fight. Passive is on board as well. He does not have the Dream Roam just yet, but they're going to try and establish a little bit more control around the map before they start working on this Tyrant.
There we go. The T2 does fall for the side of Leviathan, which can only cause for disaster right now. We're seeing also that Petroni's able to build the Eternity Blade, as well as looking to build a armor-piercing item for the likes of the Dune and the Orgrim. But again, easy work made of those neutral objectives. Second one going over to Influence Rage.
Yep, across the board, I think slight lead for the side of Influence Rage, just based on EXP as well. But gold, a much different story. It's going to be 3,000, 2,000 ahead for the side of Influence Rage, and they might be looking for more. The Lao does have his ultimate out.
Okay, so they was able to get the T1 for Leviathan there, so that's great. That's going to get them a little bit further ahead with the gold. The Eye of the Whirlpool does come through. They're kind of fearful of that Eye of the Whirlpool, and rightfully so on the side of Leviathan, but they've got to recall, because we see Petroni is trying to lead that Vanguard up into the high ground turret in the farm lane, at the same time trying to steal away that Azure Golem, which is going to be huge, a detriment to Leviathan. Andy here, and Raikou's in the thick of it. Same with Bilal. They go in with an engage. The CC Immunity comes through the Dream Roll onto Andy to try and get a kill there, but nothing quite makes it into fruition for the side of Influence Rage, other than that T1 in the mid lane, which is huge right now. We have the Shadow Overlord and the Shadow Tyrant onto the Gorge.
Yeah, but they need to get out now, because at this point, Bilal does not have his ultimate available. His passive is really low, and I don't think it's an ideal fight for the side of Leviathan.
Yeah, it's probably best for them not to take the fight right now, because they don't have their lane priority either. So there is no sort of cause for concern for the side of Influence Rage. We have that Sony's trying to push that T1 as well. So that's also a cause for concern for Leviathan. So do they take the neutral objective? Do they allow that T1 to fall? Right now, they're pretty much desperate for anything. So a T1 for a neutral objective, especially a Shadow Tyrant, would be a good trade for them, right? Especially going into this next engage. Cannon Blast coming through. Dream Roll goes on to Billy as well. There we go. Zhongfei with the Bilal is struggling to try and get the kill onto Billy, but that's not going to be enough. The Chao gets the kill onto Andy, so that is a 1-0 trade. They get the mid lane T1, they get the clash lane T1, and it looks like that's setting up that Shadow Tyrant.
That's a masterclass in playing the map from the side of Influence Rage, right? You pull them in, reset the Tyrant, and allow Sony to really just make the world's difference on the top lane, and also using the Eye of the Whirlpool to make sure that he's able to join the fight as well. Very good play coming out from Influence Rage.
It's that thing you can't sort of abandon, right? With the Chao, you can kind of say, oh, well, Charlotte's taking that T1. That means she's going to be absent from the team fight. Then you forget that the Chao has the Eye of the Whirlpool, and then all of a sudden, that goes out the window. And right now, it looks like the Leviathan are really being sort of caught on the back foot.
Yep, guys, if you're playing ranked games with me, that's what I'm looking for, right? We're not looking for fights, we're looking for control. That's what we want. That's how we win the fights.
Absolutely. I mean, it's working for Influence Rage, so those watching in the chat definitely do the same as them. Billy looking pretty low as well. I think that is going to be a kill onto Billy. He's able to get out with just a little bit of life. Petroni flushes in. It is going to be a trade for the side of Influence Rage. That is a 2-1 trade. That is very good for the side of Influence Rage. We still see that Bilal's just gone down. It is now Cozy, Raikou, and Sony still up. The high ground turret in that clash lane is still alive.
Yeah, but look at what they have done, right? So yes, Leviathan win the team fight, but what can they do now? There's nothing left to do but to defend. They can't even push.
Yes, unfortunately, that is the predicament they've been put in there, Kim, right? So Leviathan, I mean, Influence Rage knew what they were doing, right? They knew that if Petroni was able to get in there and get the kill onto Billy, it meant that there was going to be a bit of a further team fight. And in the end, it was a 2-2 trade, but it definitely went into the favor of Influence Rage, as you can see, and as you've just rightfully said there, Kin, that those lanes were all pushed in the favor of Influence Rage, and still looking like that.
Perfect gameplay, and you know what? Petroni had collected that Siege Breaker into his arms, into his kit and inventory. He's a pain to deal with, if I'm not wrong. His last item should be the Daybreaker, so he is just going to lay the hurt.
Oh yeah, a whole world of pain awaits the side of Leviathan when we see that 6 items stacked Petroni on the Lung as well. But you can kind of see the gold difference right between Lung and Lady Sun. It's a whole 1.4k, which is huge at this point. But overall, the gold difference is around about that 6k gold difference for the side of Influence Rage, which again is huge going into that 14-minute mark.
Yep, they're looking for the opening into the base on the side of Leviathan, right? And now with the Shadow Vanguard going to be spawning across all 3 lanes and a Shadow Overlord. This time, they're going to place it on the top lane. And this is good because Sony is already working on that pressure on the bot.
Pressure on the bot. We do see the Conductor of Souls come through for the Orgrin, trying to just take as much health off from Sony as possible, but that HP regen really saving his life there. Andy taking the brunt of that damage. Orgrin being forced back to the higher ground turret, because if he does not go back, it could mean that Influence Rage is able to capitalize and take down the higher ground turret. Andy is in major trouble now, but he's looking at him soaking so much damage, but Petroni comes through. That damage is just a little bit too much. The Shadow Overlords are into the top side of the map as well. And Leviathan kind of looking like a deer in the headlights right now. Their access is at the base. The Eye of the Whirlpool does come through once more. Everybody's here on the side of Leviathan, and everybody's going down on the side of everybody's here on the side of Influence Rage, and Leviathan is going down, and the Vanguard is here. Double kill it is. Not going to be an ace, but Influence Rage confirm their place into the KC play-ins. Welcome, boys, representing Brazil.
Congratulations, well deserved. This is one of the best team plays and execution of strategy I've ever seen in the professional circuit, besides the world-class teams that have taken the stage thus far. So Influence Rage, they were just pulling them all across the map. You want to defend top? Sure, let's take a split push at the bottom. You win the team fight, doesn't matter, all 3 lanes are pushing in. This was an absolute masterclass. Congratulations once again to Influence Rage.
This was the point was making in Game 2's draft right though, where we're saying, hey, they need to ban out that Hugh Huan just because it's been so deadly for Influence Rage. But then, hey, we were saying it opens up the fact for Dolia or Dachau, and in that Game 3, it was the Dachau that came through. Dolia has had her limelight on Influence Rage. Dachau, not so much, but hey, there's a reason why. That mid lane Dachau really made that hard for Leviathan to even try and step out of their safe zone.
Yep, if you're looking for good strategies, looking for good synergy, Influence Rage, a team you definitely have to learn from. And my goodness, the performance they've put today, not just today, but for the past 2 days, has been spectacular. And well-deserved. I can only just gush and sing praises about them because there was never any doubt they were going to take this 3rd game. They were in total control.
But it's crazy to think, right? I said this to you before the stream that Influence Rage had their hardest challenge on day 1. They were able to overcome it. The rest of the tournament was a bit of a breeze for them. So to have that challenge on day 1 is something that a lot of these teams not even exposed to at this point, right? But for Influence Rage to take Stamina STMN, 2-1 after a grueling 22-minute match, and then just absolutely control the rest of the Open Series, just means that they definitely have the salt worth getting into this KC play-ins.
Yeah, even though they lost a couple of kills at the start, you were very confident in the ability of Influence Rage to kind of turn the game around. They never really lost that goal lead, even when they were down by kills. And I just want to say, Petroni, he is so aggressive.
Oh, very aggressive. Like when you don't, like I said as well, this point was made earlier on. Petroni is pretty much in the shadows for the beginning to middle of the game, and then all of a sudden we get those aggressive flashes. Yes, he trades his life, but then from that point on, when we saw Andy just soaking all that damage from Sony, from Reiku, all of a sudden he just comes out of nowhere and just like down goes Andy's health, and it's kind of just like, whoa, this is really the power of a well-oiled machine, especially Petroni on the Lung.
Yeah, you know what? When I play my ranked games, I'm not so scared of Lungs. But when I look at this Lung from Petroni, I understand why people love this hero that much. Put it into the right hands, he is a literal monster. This dragon has no equal.
No equal indeed, but it's just nice to see there on that bracket point where we see that Stamina is the only team that's able to take that point off of them, and rightfully so. Like I said, it was their biggest challenge in this whole of the Open Series. Once they got over that hurdle, that it was basically a home run, right? So there we have it. Influence Rage is your grand finalists of the American Regionals Open Series Split 2 Finals. But it doesn't end there, right? We are going to be having another tournament start tomorrow.
That's right. So it's been a day of clean sweeps, but this is the Americas region. Now, tomorrow onwards, we'll be taking a look at the EMEA region. And with that, it is going to be a slight change. I'm not going to be here tomorrow. I'm going to take a short break. But for Blam, he will be joined by none other than Hauler, our close friend here. So it's been a blast today. You know, it's been your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. And of course, Blam, I think we've had a wonderful 4 days together thus far. And I look forward to
many
seeing you
more
guys
to come, many more to come. But yes, thank you very much, guys, for tuning in to the American Regional Finals. I've been Blam. This has been Kin, and we will catch you at some other point. But I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow for the start of the EMEA. Take it easy.